Welcome to the stream as we continue on our journey through Outer Worlds. This will be part 2 of the YouTube video, so let's get straight into it. Now, we have fingers to collect, I believe. What do we got? Workers are abandoning the town of Edgewater. Reed asks you to deliver a message to Adelaide. Alright, so that's the main quest. That's one of the other main quests, which is to divert the power. But I think I might speak to Adelaide. I want to see what she says. Geothermal plant in the northwestern portion of the region has been taken over by automechanicals. Ludwig wants you to infiltrate the plant and retrieve a logic module from one of the automechanicals there. And here's what we need to do. Plus, Max says the journal was last possessed by a book collector whose residence was part of a small community directly north of Edgewater. He has marked the location on the map. I think that was the other thing I was looking at. But also, oh, because I've got one of the fingers. Okay, so there's one guy there. And one guy here. And if I do... Alright, so that's going to be... Because that's the plant. Ah! Yeah, so the plant's just here. Geothermal plant. So I'll have to fix that. Yeah. Alright. So what we might do, we will head over back in that direction. And then we're going to go find some fingers. And then we're going to speak to Adelaide. Oh my god. Wait. Oh no. For a second I thought that was like the M button. And Pavadi. Cool. You're with me? Lovely. Let's get cracking. Honestly, apart from this now and Dragon Age, I really have not been playing much. Been watching some of the news or reading. It seems there's been a little bit of frustration with the new release, or the re-release, I should say, of Ninja Gaiden 2, which I've been hearing. It's good, it's just not necessarily worth the value. Yeah, that's a bad guy. Should I be concerned? Ooh. He seems like he's investigating. This is nice. One and... oh. Right, control helmet. Ooh. I'll take that off your hands. Did I be... oh, God. Ah! Was not expecting that to go that way. There we go. We'll do it from a distance. Oh, missed. Yeah! Who's a dead marauder? Who else have I got there? Surprised they didn't try to come up. Do we have here? Oh, look, it's like bars of soap. Ah. Oh. Cannot use while in combat. 2-hour energy brew. Ooh, we Dogan. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Vivadi. Get him, get him, get him! Nice! Well done, Vivadi. Nightingale Step, Mag 2, Bit, Grenade Launcher. Ooh. There's some good stuff here. Now, after last time playing this game... Oh, actually, before I express that thought, I just got the letter today. Corporate ordered me to relocate to the Edgewater Cannery, effective immediately. It's a shame. I was really looking forward to running my own gift shop at the community center, selling rare memorabilia. But scripture tells us that all things happen for a reason. Work fortifies the spirit and all. As for my book collection, I can't bear to part with it. Don't want those books moldering in some contraband locker, so I stashed them all away in a cave over by the river. I mean, fair enough. Oh, whoa! Okay, well, I got that. That was a decent amount of a little experience. I think that's everything. Oh, I'll take that. Don't need to sleep. Nothing in the shower. Can I use a terminal message? From J. Bartel. Clement, I find I must disagree with your theories about Earth directorates placed in the colonial system. Sadly, as much as I appreciate the board and the new frontier they opened for us, I believe Halcyon and all other colonies on the rim of the galaxy would fall to pieces or war amongst themselves if the Earth Directorate wasn't around to regulate trade and settle disputes. Do you think the corporations would accept the mandated incursion of an Earth Minister if they had a choice in the matter? Jefferson. From C. Edgar. Jefferson, of course I'd never dispute that Earth is the heart of the whole colonial system, but the real adventure and independent spirit upon which humankind truly thrives is to be found out here among the furthest colonies. I still think you're wrong about the history, though the discovery of the skip drive was not what gave the Earth Directorate power over the corporations. The high cost of the Great War left them in a weakened state, and the skip drive was simply the extra leverage the Directorate needed to return to power. Clement. That's an interesting little history lesson. Fascinating. Nothing like taking advantage of new tech to get the jump on governments. Certainly puts control into a whole new perspective. Now, we shall... Yes, so that was my thought, now that I've started looting. The thought process for me... Oh, hey. It is very dark. It's a shame there's no flashlight. Okay, that was a bit of a waste, but never mind. Yes, so I'm going to actually start breaking down a lot of my equipment. Just cause if I'm going to want to fix stuff, I'm going to need a lot of the resource involved. At least until, if I theoretically choose to upgrade the skill, I would need to upgrade my abilities. What is it? Engineering, I think? I think... Persuade? Medical. Engineering. Yeah. Field repair. Repair weapons and armor in the inventory. So I need to get it... Hold on. Skill reduces the armor parts and weapon parts needed to repair your equipment. So, if I get this up, this will obviously lower how much I need from my resources in order to repair my equipment. I think that's everything. That's evicted. Ooh. Ooh. Plasma rifle. Is that seriously everything? I think it must be. This has got like this weird Borderlands feel with the equipment. My god, they are... They're not stingy with their gear. 75. Like, I do appreciate that. I really do appreciate that. It's funny, it looks actually, looking at my stream, it looks a lot brighter from what you guys are seeing than what I'm seeing. Like, everything for me looks more red compared to a deeper, richer contrast to what you guys see. That is a very nice sunrise. I'm assuming that's a sun. It looks like... Whoa. Okay, this is the one thing that always gets me about games. I get that your sense of time dilation needs to be sped up due to the fact that we are dealing with a video game. We don't want real-world kind of time frames. However, if you're doing a sunrise, could you maybe slow it down for the sunrise and the sunset so it doesn't just look like it's gone whoop? Because, like, once it's past the horizon, it's fine. Like, it honestly doesn't look like it's traveling... Oh, like, it is in normal time. But for the most part, you're not going to notice it as much. Like, unless you've got something to contrast it with. So, for us, right now, we've got this massive planet or moon that's contrasting it, so we understand why it's moving so quickly. But that initial bit, just slow it down, guys. Doesn't need to go fast. It can be slow. It's perfectly fine. Now, we have a target here, don't we? That is such a weird effect. Feels like they could have slowed that down. See, that looks fine. And then you get that, and it's like this weird 3... Yeah, they could have just slowed that down a bit. Ooh. Anyone see that glitch? Looked like a glitch on my end. Okay. Wow. There's a first for everything, Pavati. But we are going to have a look around and see what kind of shit we find in this place. Ooh. Primal nest discovered. Where? Oh. Let's pull out my sniper rifle. I have a lot of ammo now. This is awesome. Let's see now. Holy shit! Whoa! Dude! Oh god, now I pissed them off. Oh, hey! What? What? Oh. That was nuts. I wasn't expecting that many of them. Holy crap. Also, I forgot to use her skill. Whoops. I'm thinking to myself, yeah, look, I'll just, you know, go nuts, shoot them with my rifle, it'll be fine. Everything will be a-okay. And then they literally frickin' blast me. How you doing, Pavati?
Where are we headed?
Oh, that didn't quite work out the way I'd hoped. Is he gone? Ooh. Boom! Oh, sick!
Nothing personal.
And that doesn't take long to reload. Oh, that's gonna be useful. Oh, reliable. Alright, boys. Let's see what I can... Shoot him in the butt!
Don't mess with us.
No, you are not hiding that time. Yeah. Oh, look at these boys getting eaten up. Tossball card. Glenn Latier. Energy. Extra stuff. Thank you very much. We'll take all of that off your hands. So I watched a really fun movie last night with my wife. The Second Janitor. Now, I believe, I'm just going to quickly look this up just to clarify. But my God. Quality storytelling and just really good at exploring the themes around the justice system, at least in the States. The Second Juror? Sorry, Juror number 2. That's the name of the film. Yes, directed by Clint Eastwood. And the writer, because, you know, I'd be remiss if I didn't include Jonathan A. Abrams. Wow, just, oh my God. Really good acting, really good storytelling. It's less about the mystery and more about the tension and the, I guess, the study of people's psychology as jurors, as well as how the kind of the legal system kind of works when in the court of law. Now, I'm not someone who's necessarily proficient in the law. It's very much not even in the States. But it's an eye-opening kind of look at just some of the issues that can arise, especially when people are, I guess, bringing their own bias. Like, this is the thing. For a system that relies on people to walk in and have an unbiased attitude, the instant kind of attitude of not even wanting to be there because it's time taken away from the things that they love, things that they enjoy, you know, unless they, you know, take on the honor of being a juror. I'm sure a lot of people just look at it as, oh my God, this is just like, I don't want to be here. I know I'm expected to do my due diligence as a countryman, but I'd rather just sit at home and watch YouTube or go to work and get paid. But that attitude instantly sets up a bias in their head because they're not taking what they're doing with the same seriousness as someone who actually wants to be there and do their due diligence. And that's not to say that people aren't necessarily going to, I guess, care. Because it's very easy when, you know, the actual case is starting and they are now technically getting emotionally invested. they might feel a sense of pride in obviously making a decision and making the right decision because it's theoretically in the best interest of them, their neighbors, and their people. But even excluding that, the biases that each person will bring to the table is not something that can just be disregarded, because your views, your values, your background, your history in any aspect is still going to come to the forefront of your decision making. And even though there is a process that lawyers apparently take where they are doing their due diligence to research the jurors to make sure that the jurors are the best candidates for the case, it's still very much a roll of the dice as far as the types of people that you may have to deal with and the types of people that are going to be listening to the stories told and making the final verdict on someone's life. So, yeah, great film. Check it out. It's just... I haven't watched a lot of Clint Eastwood films. I think that still got me. Yeah. Damn. But it's a really good one. Just very impressed by it. My wife was also quite enamored with it, which was nice, considering it was my pick for the week. Ooh, grenade launcher. Stun baton. Actually, have I got a better stun baton? 108. Yes. So, 131. Jesus. So, might be in me best interest if I use this myself. What? Pristine. Okay. And that's still in a decent condition. So, this is what I was basically going to say. If I just start breaking this stuff down to get actual parts, because that's probably going to be more useful value. And especially if... Wait, telescope? Telescopic. Modify in many ways for additional cost. Nope, I'll just get the parts. See, that's worth a lot of money, so I will probably sell that. Not worth as much. Here we go. Pavati, can you equip anything else? Or is it just pistols? Hold on. Can I look at Pavati's character? Ranged weapons. Oh, I can change behaviors. I had no idea. Oh, this is cool. Medium. Weapon. Mixed. Which weapon the companion prefers to use? Primarily attacks with melee weapon. Mixed. Switch between melee and ranged weapons based on the distance to the enemy. Only attacks with ranged weapons. That's cool. Only attacks target the companion has been explicitly told to. Once told to attack a target, the companion continues to fight until combat is over. Companion always engages and attacks when the player enters combat. Okay. That's neat. It's actually really cool. Ah, sorry, Pavati. I don't really have tech skill +5. Sucks. I actually don't. Ooh, medical. Oh. Where's my armor set? Damn, because that actually would have been neat. Well, I can at least break it down. Booyakasha. Yeah.
You want what? Adrena time? Yeah, I'll get you some.
Who is she? And why are you not... You didn't even react. I got his fingers, so as far as I'm concerned. I'll be taking that off your hands. Who are you?
I already told you I want Rizzos. Rizzos. Not Saltuna cans. Not, you know, canid bits. Why is this so hard?
Life is hard. Get used to disappointment. You sound confused or possibly unscrewed.
Unscrewed? Hardly. I am well and properly screwed. Wait. Forget I said that.
No, say it, say it.
Also, when
Complete the
did you
sentence.
get all eloquent? You're not a marauder.
Very good.
This is embarrassing.
Mm-hmm.
See, you were armed, so I thought...
I need you to clarify something.
I'm great at clarifying.
Ah. Are you a prisoner here?
No. I insinuated myself into their company, see? And they didn't seem to mind one whit.
I'm impressed. How'd you pull it off?
I may have bartered them a few boxes of Adrena time, but yeah, I'm sure that's got nothing to do with it.
How are you even alive?
I don't know. The vital processes that constitute the miracle of life are mysterious and unknowable. Oh, you mean around these guys? The Marauders wouldn't hurt me. They love me. I'm practically their queen. Yeah, must be my natural charisma.
Are you from
I
Edgewater?
got kicked out of Edgewater on account of falling sick with plague and stealing some medicine to treat myself.
Well
I heard
done.
Some outlaws set up camp in the botanical labs. I decided to throw in with them, seeing as I always wanted to be an outlaw myself. Instead, what do I find? But a bunch of former workers camped out around a greenhouse. I couldn't just go back to the cannery, so I was stuck with them.
There was something else, actually.
I've got all the time in Halcyon.
Oh, no. That's it. All right, cool. Ah. Ooh. I don't know whether I should keep...
What do you think you're doing?
Ooh. I was just
Carry
leaving.
on.
Okay. Yeah, you didn't have an issue with me killing the guy before? I can transfer? What would I need to transfer? Oh. Well, at least I didn't use my resources. I wonder if this is something that they will assess, because, like, this is the second room. That looks exactly the same. Ooh, can that be played? Ah, that's a shame. Sometimes wonder why. Well, I mean, it's not really a wonder. Why is it that developers don't take more opportunities to add in some more mini games like the Yakuza? But I get it. There's already so much development involved. Oh, nearly hurt myself. That, yeah, you don't really want to be adding more. Oh, yeah, of course that was gonna hit. Yeah, you really don't want to be adding more pressure to the testing side of things, especially when the game's already spending so many years. Man! mines. Okay. Ooh. Who ate my lunch? Right. Bypass shunt. Corona. Some brew. A couple of random little bits. Bibs and bobs. What else have we got here? Lots of energy. More energy cells. Oh, even more energy stuff. No. Scheisse. Okay, I really gotta keep my eyes open. And I should probably also save. Just so I don't have to repeat anything. So, that seems to all be done. So, hurrah. This is such a big area. You're telling me that there isn't a door that even goes into this place? Yeah, I was concerned about that. Cheese! I'm doing so well with these mines. Ah! Aim! There we go. Oh, boy. Yeah, no, that's it. And she looks like she's just pissed off and left. So why did she have a go at me? Video game logic. It's great. I should probably heal, shouldn't I? Ooh. Hey. See, and this is where I forget that I've actually got F. Things that will help speed up my healing process. This is a problem when you haven't played for a week as well. Ooh. A Marauder lookout. Oh, how sweet. Doc McBell. Oh, no. He's over in the distance. Yeah. Come on. Oh, what a shot! Come on, Pilati, get him! How's my inventory, by the way? 114. Alright, so we're doing okay. No! This is not... I was going to say Mass Effect. Why was I thinking Mass Effect? Because I'm thinking BioWare. Dragon Age. Jesus Christ, brain. Ooh. I'll take that off your hands. Yeah, where else have we got some bodies to loot? See, it'd be nice if there was like a highlight button. You know, I do sometimes question, as a gamer... No, I'm not going to open that. It's like really beneficial to be a good locksmith. Because then that shit would just be so cheap. But yeah, I find it so bizarre that as gamers, we get shitty when the game developers give us too many hints. But then when they're not there, it's like, oh my god, why didn't you just implement that? It's such a cool feature. Fistful of digits. Let's get our last finger. Yuck. Yeah. Ooh. Did I just see a body there? Yeah. Alright, so that's the plan. Oh man, I've actually got a better grasp of the actual geography. So wait. That's up above. Do I go around the back way? Or is there an alternative? How good is the platforming in this? It's not the best. You really want like a climbing system in this.
First one.
They're just coming to check it out. Boom!
Don't mess with us.
Oh, that's gonna be a fun to skill to upgrade. Oh, this is sweet. What's in the cave? Oh, he nearly saw me. Oh dear. See. Boom. Nice work, Pavati. Yeah, she's definitely a melee. He goes in for the hard throws. And I got my last finger. Alright. Let's grab everything we need from here. This wonderful cave. Now, is this going to be locked? No! A pretty necklace if you're into that sort of thing. This necklace makes a strong fashion statement. Look at my neck. There is something on it. A pretty something. Look at that! Bead grip. Mr. Ouch? Melee weapon mod. Attack increases the damage dealt from a power attack. NATO. Ooh, I'm so close to level 6. Oh my god. I just need to kill a few more things. Where can I find an enemy? Surely there'll be something around here. Actually, how close am I? Might be pushing it. I wanna try anyway. Give me something to shoot. Here we go. Okay, so
Coming.
is there anything that I can shoot? Son of a bitch.
Roy's hit.
Oh shit, how do I fuck you? No, F. Crap. Oh, Jesus, his bats. Why'd they run away? Oh! Finish him!
No hard feelings, okay?
Not at all. Why would I have hard feelings? You just saved my behind. Vending machine discovered? Woo! Who would like to go shopping? But in all seriousness, I do need to go back to town and empty out my inventory before I continue looting and polluting this wonderful place. At least small items at least don't take up too much, but it accumulates very quickly. Okay. By the way, if anyone, you know, I might just slow down the mouse cursor. I know I'm going really fast, and that might be disorientating for some people. Nope. Really love the music. These guys must have been inspired by BioShock. Yeah, I think that was it. This is actually a small area. Nothing there. Nothing behind. No other doors or rooms, unless that opens. It does not. Doesn't look like there's anything up above. Right! Alright, so to go back to town, I'll break down what I don't need. Then we can hand over our fingers. By the way, how is my 99, 63? That could probably be fixed. That's fine. That's at 80%. That's at 94. Fix my rifle. Ooh. Wait, what? Why am I not using that? Well, I might as well break that down. Let's go deliver our fingers.
Something to report?
I'm here to turn in the
We gave out a
bounty.
finger. What do you have for me?
What do I have? Gillium Antrim's finger.
Gil Antrim.
Gil.
Real name, Guillaume.
Guillaume.
By a
It's
freelancer on
French.
behalf of Spacer's Choice. I remember him. He was just a kid last I saw him. Shame. I'll just need your signature here, 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 and here. Got any more fingers for me?
Doc Mabel.
Mabel Burgess.
Mabel.
Age 37. Right or left-handed? Let's just say no longer applicable.
Haha.
I remember Doc Burgess. Conducted my physical every fiscal quarter. Guess she couldn't keep her hands off her patient's medicine. Still one outstanding bounty. If you've got a finger, I've got the paperwork.
And over Bertie Cotton's finger.
Here we are. Bertie Cotton. Cause of death. Let's just say overwhelming physical trauma. Bert was the local preacher before Max took over. Always was quick to remind us that we all get what we deserve in the end. Well, that's all three. I must remember to requisition some more fingerprint ink. Here's all the compensation you've earned, plus a bonus.
Thank you very much. That doesn't give you a lot of experience. But
I've been feeling pretty low these days.
Don't let the boss catch you saying that.
is there... I'm kind of wondering... I don't think it shows you what the, your standing with the different factions is. Oh, reputation. Whoa! Here we go. Spacer, secondary. Positive, 62. Vendor prices are reduced by 15%. The board, neutral, although slowly increasing. Sublight salvage and shipping, neutral. Monarch Stellar Industries. Iconoclasts. Nice. Because now we're gonna speak to, what is it, Adelaide? Reed asks you to deliver a message to Adelaide. So that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go speak to Adelaide. We're gonna see what she says. Oh, before we do that, let's increase my handy points here. Let's see now. We got 40 in that. Ooh, okay. Hold on. Let's try that again. Dialogue 3, 4. There we go. That works a bit better. Because I do want dialogue to go up. So I'm better at the persuasion. We got a perk. Now, what did I want? Extra XP. You become very efficient at transporting goods. Maybe you should have been born as a cargo hauler. Unlock the ability to fast travel when encumbered. No. It's not what I wanted. Oh, there was something I was looking at. After some unsanctioned adjustments. Crit chance. You take better care of your weapons and armor than most people. 25% weapon armor durability loss. You're not slow, you're just fast. Sprint speed, walk speed, damage when alone in a party. Tactical time dilation lasts longer. Surely this is normal. Requires 5 previous perks. So, I'm in no rush. That sounds like something I want. Let's go. Gonna be any... Oh no, I've already been here. That's fine. Good. We're on our way to Adelaide. Let's see what she has to say, and let's see if we can maybe convince her, or whether...
Move along, stranger. We don't want any trouble.
Oh, that's fine, Grace. I don't want any trouble myself.
I don't know you. Whatever you're looking for, it ain't here. Move along.
I'm looking for Adelaide. I need answers.
Huh? You must be one of those philosophicals. Already got ourselves one of those.
Reed said something about former workers living out in the wilderness.
Yeah, that's us. And you can tell Thompson we're doing just fine by ourselves. If you're gonna start wandering around my camp, know that I got my sights on you.
Where can I find
We're in
Adelaide?
the hothouse, tending crop. Enough with the questions. No offense, but I've got a lot on my mind.
You and me both. I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to repair my ship.
Well, look at you, buzzing around the Aether with your very own ship. Rest of us gotta make do with the ground at our feet. No, I'm sorry. That was unworthy of me. Lady named Zoe went missing some nights ago. Just up and vanished without a trace. Now I'm pacing around wondering if marauders got to her.
Upbeat. A little strange. Love Rizzo's. Yeah, I met Zoe. She was in the Marauder camp.
Thank the Eternal. Wait, Marauder camp? Is she alright?
You mean in the head, or...
Zoe's family. Chiding her is our purview, not yours. If you could bring her home, I'd be obliged. And if you could cross off some marauders on the way, I'd be much obliged.
I got questions
Tell you
about
what
Zoe.
I can.
How well do you know
Well,
her?
enough to know we never got on. Zoe and Stefan were close. If anybody knows the workings of her mind, he does.
You seem so personable. Can't imagine how you didn't get on with her.
She was lazy and thoughtless, but she's still one of our own.
Let's change the
What is it?
subject. I'll leave. All right. Well, did you just do a weird roundabout thing? No? All right, cool.
If you're hungry, Stefan's got supplies.
Yo. This is either potentially a lot of loot grabbing. Oh, yes.
You hungry? We got canid ribs, canid flank, canid snout too. Something I can help you with?
I'm told one of your members gone missing.
You mean Zoe? Yeah, we were pretty close. Not like her to go loping off.
What happened on the day Zoe disappeared?
Zoe and I were gonna watch the serials, as is our custom. She never turned up. I looked around, but she was nowhere to be found. You sound like some type of corporate fixer asking all these questions.
Tell me a little about
Zoe
Zoe.
was always obsessed with this serial. Masked Marketeer. A scion of Byzantium turns to banditry and teaches his marauder companions the wisdom of free market economics. Shame she up and vanished when she did. I had a surprise lined up for her.
Oh. What was that about surprising Zoe?
The other day I got my hands on a genuine copy of the latest Masked Marketeer. I was gonna surprise Zoe with it, but she was gone the next day.
Any chance you can lend me that copy of the Masked Marketeer?
Not much of a chance, no. Mind if I ask why you're interested?
Zoe's living with marauders nearby. I need something to tempt her back to camp.
Zoe's living with marauders? Yeah, that sounds like the sort of sideways, brat-brained plan Zoe'd come up with. Yeah, it could be you're telling the truth. Or maybe you're trying to wheedle me into relinquishing my only copy of the Masked Marketeer. It's a collector's edition after all.
Look at my face. Do I look like I give a damn about your show?
Yeah, you're probably right. A true fan would have displayed a gleam in their eye upon hearing the words collector's edition. Here you go. Latest copy of the Masked Marketeer. Tell Zoe we're all waiting on her.
I got some more
I'll help
questions
if I
about
can.
Zoe. Was she acting strange before she
Can't say I
disappeared?
recall Zoe ever acting strange. Well, except for her habit of writing things down on scraps of paper. She called it journaling, but I think it's just plain odd.
Hold on. There was something else.
Hey, I got time. Fresh off the limb, and that includes canid meat.
Repair. Damn, son! Wait. Why won't you repair my rifle? At least I can fast travel here. Ooh, you seem like you're a bit, lightweight. Oh, that's a shame. Why didn't you leave him there? That's a bin? Who the hell threw that out? Zoe's journal. So that's it then. No more Edgewater for me. No more Canary. No more jumpsuits and gloves. Yes, ma'am. And would you like another? I don't know why I'm writing this down for posterity's sake, because I've always hated the canary, and I don't think I'll ever have to look back to this journal many years hence and tell myself, oh wow, I did hate the veil once, didn't I? Just because I got sick. Everybody gets sick. Well, okay, I got sick and I grabbed a little too much Adrenatime. Is that really a crime? I gotta treat myself when I'm sick, don't I? Whatever happened to personal responsibility and surviving by one's own bootstraps? Oh, but you misappropriate one box of Adrenatime and suddenly you're committing late larceny. Sweetheart, you're lying to yourself. Let's face it. Run! As fast as you can! You can't catch me, I'm the gingerbread man. She'll go find Zoe. We shall discuss with her and go, would you like a clever little magazine? No. Here's Zoe! Here's Zoe! Come on! Zoe! Whistling doesn't work. The one thing about using... Would you call it a mod? A filter. It's the one thing about using filters. It like ends up cutting out some of the other little nuances that I might choose to want to use.
I wouldn't do for a Wentworth.
I've been sent to find you.
Why? Adelaide wants me back on garden duty or something? Thanks, but I'm not going anywhere. This is where I belong.
Excuse me for the yawn. Seven told me about your favorite cereal.
So you tracked me down just to gab about the mass marketeer? I am impressed.
I've got it here. Yours if you promise to go back.
You actually have it? The episode where Lord Cavendish reveals he's been the mass marketeer all along? All right, you convinced me. I'll take my stuff and head on back, I suppose. Grace is going to be glaring knives at me, so I've got that to look forward to.
Get in there, sweetheart. Meanwhile, I'm just going to take advantage of the fast travel system. Manta Pilar explained. Alrighty then. Oh. Yeah. Hey, Grace. Guess what?
What is it?
Okay, like, take it easy. I talked to
We
Zoe.
didn't
She's coming
always
back.
Get along, but I'm glad to know she's safe. What happened anyway?
She joined up with a band of marauders. They hadn't heard her.
Zoe joined up with a band of marauders. Zoe. The same Zoe who doesn't know a barrel from a trigger. Well, I've heard stranger things. You pretty much did my job for me. Least I could do is pay you for your trouble. Let me know if I can do something for you.
See you later. Ah, alright. Deserter's reputation increased. Wonderful. Hello, Adelaide.
If you're hungry, there's meat turning on the spit outside. If you're bearing illness, find a place to lay your head down and I'll fetch you a poultice. Whatever your troubles with Edgewater, leave them at the gates and be welcomed here. Any questions, dear?
You must be Adelaide.
I have been called that, among other things. Green Thumb, grandmother, the strange old lady who keeps flowers. But yes, Adelaide will do just fine.
Excuse me, Miss McDevitt? Sorry, it's just... You got such pretty trees in here.
Why, thank you.
She's not at all what I thought she was going to be.
Aren't you? I remember when you were but a sprout. Thomas speaks of you often. Are you staying long? You should try some of my tobaccorn tea. I brew it in an old spittoon, but it's been cleaned.
Is this your greenhouse?
The garden belongs to us all.
Life is the gift of the universe, and the universe yields its bounty equally, absent of prejudice.
I'm surprised you managed to grow anything out here.
The soil around the Vale went sour years ago, but I found a way to sweeten it back up. The secret recipe is a little bit of elbow grease, a dash of love, and a heaping pile of special fertilizer.
Nice. Looks like you made a home for yourself out here.
A home for anyone who's ever turned their backs on Edgewater. A home for those of us with nowhere left to go and nothing to lose. So, like the spores of the puffball, cast on the wind and alighting on fresh soil, we put down new roots.
Why did you leave your old home?
It is an unpleasant story, dear. But the short of it is that sometimes one wakes up and realizes the place that was once her home for much of her life has changed. The home in which we spent our lives has left us behind, and so we must move on. And that is as much as I will say on the subject.
Reed sent me to make peace with you.
Reed Thompson? You here on behalf of that cold-eyed reptile? Let's hear it. What's Reed's idea of peace, then?
Reed asks you to consider coming back to town. He's willing to make amends. You're living off power that belongs to the town. Come back to the Canary. That's about it.
Make amends? Spare me. Only thing Reed knows how to make is a mess. Like everything else that comes out of Edgewater, that peace offering is canned. I and my own are living just fine out here by ourselves.
Reed asked me to divert the power over to him. He mentioned the geothermal plant.
He would do such a thing. The question is, why would you agree to his plans?
Your camp is a power regulator. I need it to repair my ship.
Canary's got a regulator. You want ship parts, you ought to rip them out of the Canary's guts and leave us be. If you're going down to the plant, you should divert power away from Edgewater and toward our end of the grid. Think about it. You'd be liberating an entire town from a lifetime of service to that odious Canary. Seems the sort of thing a hero would do.
Jesus. What have you got against the
You've
town?
seen that miserable excuse for a town with your own lamps. Hollowed out workers laboring their lives away at the Canary, living off whatever scrap Spacer's Choice throws them. You know that's true, don't you, Ms. Holcomb? Your father died of overwork. His heart gave out.
He was tired all the time, sure, but he was old, ma'am, and he raised me all by his lonesome.
Look what they did to this child. Lost her family to the company, and still she defends them.
Yep. I don't much like you throwing that in her face to get me on your side. What do you have against people trying to make a living?
It's not much of a living. Every single person in that town has sold themselves to Spacer's Choice. The company owns them. Body, blood, and bones. You've been there. You've seen it. All anyone ever does is toil over a cannery. They give their lives for some heartless corporation, and then they're tossed into a Spacer's Choice brand cemetery.
Let's say I help you. What happens to Edgewater?
Life in Edgewater grinds to a halt. The cannery shuts down, workers desert in droves, and our own little camp grows and thrives.
You think Reed's just trying to spite you?
You bring power to Reed's town and you'll be killing us. Reed knows it. He's counting on it.
I'll consider it.
You will listen to your conscience.
Some part of me actually wants to replay this and see what the alternative is. Just to see how bad shit gets. It's weird. I wasn't as invested to replay. Why does my brain do that? Dragon Age, but this game is just on another level. Ooh, that's an interesting little sound effect. I didn't realize that's how that worked.
Yeah, huh?
Oh, like you have no input in this whatsoever. Na na na. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Okay. Well, nobody saw me, so yeah. Well, I guess it's really just back to that. This must... Oh, I love the sizing of these maps. All right. Let's get in there. Let's make a mess of this. Also. Hey! Power plant security terminal. Please select a command. Thank you. View recent logs. Error, security logs inaccessible. In keeping with Spacer's Choice company policy, all security logs have been terminated in the event of a major emergency, catastrophic event, or security breach. Attention! Scheduled security updates at the Spacer's Choice facility are critically overdue. Your last scheduled security update occurred on error date not found. If you are a member of Spacer's Choice security detail assigned to this location, please turn in your identification for immediate reprimand. Failure to do so may result in an immediate reprimand. Now, I want to do this module. So let's get that out of the way. Are we fighting robots?
The right thing.
Well, we're about to find out, Fadi. That works really well, actually. What is that? 70. Optional geothermal security chief's keycard. Use terminal. Geothermal security, terminal access, unlock door. Oh, this facility is in the state of lockdown. Authorization passcode required. Personal files. Personal log. Chester Higgins again. That hull head. Found him fiddling around with one of the mechanicals, so I had to write him up for tampering with company property. Just in case I'm reading this a couple of days from now and feeling bad for what I've done, let me just remind myself that I've warned him before. He's always been a little crooked in the skull. He was working on some logic module. I confiscated it. Should be in my lock-away room for a foreseeable future. Doesn't sit right with me. Company's been replacing our guards with auto-mechanicals. At this rate, I'm gonna end up a chief of security with no staff. Just a small army of mechanicals knocking about, guns pointed everywhere, which way company tells us they're safe. Programmed to treat us human-like their own. People are liable to break down, but an auto-mechanical never will. I don't know, it doesn't sit right with me, but the company's never been wrong before, I suppose. Worst has happened. Mechanical's gone crazy. Locked myself down here. Just trying to gather my courage. Gonna make a mad dash for the control room. Might be able to shut things down. Will delete this entry if I ever return. Greetings, Security Chief S. Tanaka. This is an automated message initiated by Spacer's Choice Worker Safety Contingency Protocols. A security lockdown has been initiated. This is not a test. Your behavior during this lockdown will be reviewed during your quarterly audit. Anxiety is a common side effect of life-threatening situations engendered by security lockdowns. Fight back against anxiety with an ice-cold bottle of Zero G Brew. Zero G Brew, an ale that's good for what ails you. Need to find a passcode though. No. I should probably save what I can, because I don't know whether I'm gonna need to lockpick the other thing. Anything else around the corner for me to kill before it tries to kill me? Mean. So, electricity really does a number on them. Hey! Plant worker, what are you doing, mate? You had a bit of a tough time. Oop! I can't jump over. That's unfortunate. Ooh. Thing here. Okay. What do we have here? Use terminal. Ah. No. Before I do that. Ooh, actually. Plant status. This access report brought to you by Spacer's Choice. Emerald Vale geothermal plant operating at 22% efficiency. Power is currently being distributed to Edgewater Saltuna Cannery Botanical Laboratory. Warning, structural damage detected. Please notify your designated supervisor. Oh. Here's a thought. I wonder if there is a way to fix said plant that gives you a different choice where both cities can continue to thrive and prosper together. Purge incoming 2 files available. I had to borrow your copy of the Young Spacer's Guide to Mechanical Engineering. Radio's been sputtering and I need the reference. I've returned the copy to the repair bay. Chaos everywhere. Mechanical's gone haywire. Gunfire. Hearing some screams. Oh, law, I think that was someone's leg. Would like to leave early for the day. Please deduct delinquency fee from my pay. Thank you. Proud to be a member of the Spacer's Choice family. Better stop pressing that button. Woohoo! Oh, you're missing a head. Ooh. Kind of wonder whether it's going to be in the environment. There might be something in there. Oh no, I've been there. Wait. Ooh. Hold on. Da-da. Wow. Funny how sometimes going the other way proves to be a little bit more useful. Unlock office door. Return to route. Messages. From Spacer's Choice. To Joe Bradent. Get it together. Miss Braden, this letter serves as an informal notification of our company's displeasure towards your management of the Emerald Vale geothermal plant for reasons related to exceeding your staff budget in your latest quarterly report. Please select 5 subordinates to be dismissed immediately. Additionally, please contact our office to schedule your official reprimand at your earliest convenience. Failure to schedule your official reprimand will result in an official reprimand. The Spacer's Choice family would like to collectively remind you that working for Spacer's Choice is not a right but a privilege. Emerald Vale. Oh my god, this is so suppressive. Alright. Miss Brandon, we have investigated the claims made against the profitability of the Greater Emerald Vale region. Our officers agree with you. Agriculture and fishing canning have experienced a steady decline, while the Emerald Vale geothermal plant remains somewhat profitable. Our officers are currently investigating ways to implement additional cost-saving measures, which will ultimately lead to a leaner, more streamlined, more efficient geothermal power plant. Please be informed that Spacer's Choice Development and Oversight Office has taken a significant insurance policy against the Emerald Vale geothermal plant. The office would like to assure you that this insurance policy is a standard procedure. Do not attempt to interpret, understand, or otherwise extrapolate meaning from this decision. As a special courtesy, we have deployed a proprietary team of engineering specialists to the Emerald Vale geothermal plant. This team of specialists has been instructed to refit and upgrade the plant's population of automechanicals free of charge. Thank you for your cooperation. J. Brandon, to the esteemed members of the Emerald Vale Development and Oversight Committee, I hope this letter finds you wealthy. After due consideration of your last letter, I have identified and terminated no fewer than 5 subordinates who were unable to provide sufficient justification for their ongoing employment. I would like to remind the Oversight Committee that while most of Emerald Vale has failed to meet its production and output quotas, particularly our agriculture and fishing canning departments, neither of which are anywhere close to profitable, the Emerald Vale geothermal plant remains committed to providing cheap, cost-effective power to the entire region. Regards, Juno Brandon, Manager. What a bunch of cock knockers. Oh, that's it. Welcome, R. Thompson. Spacer Thompson. Nice. Thompson. Nice. So I already had the clue. I thought I had to go looking for it. See, that's a bit of a missed opportunity. Because they could have actually made that as something you had to find, Bard.
Look out!
Neato. Yes, we are. Now the problem is, we still have 2 more. Yeah. That worker. Oh yeah. Now we're cooking. What is that? Terminal. Ooh. Borrowed a copy of the Young Spacer's Guide to Mechanical Engineering. I think it's volume 3. I need something to read down in the pit. Much obliged, C. Higgins. Hastily written note. Ooh. Use terminal. Access repair log. Mechanics log 0012. Corporate just sent a team of technicians to conduct a complete refit of all our mechanicals. Every sentry and drone. It's not my place to say so, but doesn't this run contrary to Spacer's Choice mission of being as cheap as possible? Just in case I'm audited, I would like to formally express how grateful I am to be a part of the Spacer's Choice family. Spacer's Choice is the leading brand of affordable sundry across Halcyon. It's not the best choice, it's the Spacer's Choice. Jesus. Mechanical log 20 just finished a routine maintenance on our mechanical sentry. I found some strange modifications in their logic modules. I haven't had time to run a diagnostics, so I don't know what's been modified. All I know is that these modifications were introduced in our recent refit. Company went through the trouble of refitting every single mechanical in the plant not long ago. Guessing this was the work of those visiting technicians. I filed a report, but my supervisors told me not to worry about it. Said the company knew what it was doing, ordered me to forget about any alleged modifications to the logic modules. Decided to do a bit of sleuthing by my own self. Got my hands on a logic module. Time to do a little experimentation. Hey, buddy. Are you, like, trying to lead me? Oh, no, it's barred. This is not. Flywheel? Ooh. Geothermal Security Chief's keycard! I'll take that off your hands. 72, we're still good. Nothing, 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 nothing. Wow. I wonder how long it takes for someone to design this kind of detail in a room. Hacking skill too low. Chester's passcode. Okay, so if I can find Chester's passcode. 70. So you really... Oh, God. Okay. Okay. You really want to, like, focus on engineering, then. That's cool.
Get away!
What was that? It's okay, Higgs. I'm here to help.
No, just leave me alone.
Alright, can't go through there. Oh, that's good information, but...
Just leave me alone.
I'll speak to this guy.
Get away!
This is a really in-depth location. My God, they put a lot of effort into this.
You're not real. You're not real. Get away from me, Phantom. Shoot. Scram.
Calm down, I'm not trying to hurt you.
Talk? The Phantom's never talked before. I knew I shouldn't have eaten that sprat raw. See, Higgins? This is why you must always boil your sprats before ingesting.
Slow down and tell me what's going on.
Clearly, I mistook you for one of the phantoms of my imagination, which terrorized me on occasion. Chester D. Higgins. The D stands for definitely not insane. I use it as a reminder.
What is it you do here?
Higgins has been many things over the years. Sprat Wrangler, Saltuna Critic, Aetherwave Personality, Chairman of the Board, Galactic Defender, Sisty Pig Tycoon. I've come a long way for someone who started off as a simple engineer right here in this plant.
You're an engineer.
I specialized in automechanicals, drones, sentries, repaired them, maintained, upgraded, did it all from my old workroom just over in the next section.
If you worked on these mechanicals, you must know a way to stop them.
Look, I don't want to fall into any trouble with the mechanicals. If they wise up to our plans, they will come for us. with prodding irons.
I can deal with the mechanicals. I made it this far, didn't I?
You know, you remind me of myself back when I was an intergalactic adventurer. I discovered a flaw. Their hostility levels were hardwired to maximum. There's no changing that, but you could rewrite their targeting protocol so they attack each other instead.
Oh. Mechanicals follow the behavior of their logic module. Someone tampered with it.
Yes, that's exactly it. I see you're also versed in the noble art of mechanical engineering.
Hmm.
There's a behavior
Giusto.
control terminal in the other room. It should have options to change how the mechanicals act, including whom they shoot at. Oh, that reminds me. You'll need my passcode to access the behavior control terminal. Here, let me just write it down for you.
Oh, thank you. Any idea where I can find a logic module?
Funny thing, I was working on a logic module just before the mayhem started. Security chief found me and confiscated the logic module.
I want to ask you something.
The tail. Definitely start with the tail. If you're feeling adventurous, the ears are a particular delicacy.
Have you been
Jimmy
surviving all
opened the
this
vending
time?
machines. That lasted a good couple of months. Eventually, I had to resort to more unconventional means of filling my insides.
Place looks like it's been abandoned for a while. What happened?
Mechanicals lost their bolts. Opened fire on anything that moved. It was pandemonium.
You weren't killed?
I was on cleaning duty at the time. My old boss had me scrubbing pipes when the killing started. So, as usual, I missed out.
I should go. Ooh. Oh, look at that. He's playing with himself. Not in the, sexual fashion. Pick up Guide to Mechanical Engineering, Volume 3. Appointment. Adreno. Yeah, he doesn't seem to mind. Right, well, theoretically, I shouldn't need to come back here for anything major. Okay. So... I now can use terminal. Modify behaviors. Automechanical behavior mode. Guard mode. Guard mode targets intruders. Select new mode. Automechanicals in this facility have been mandated to target intruders. Any attempt to alter the setting is punishable by company law. Your infraction has been noted in your permanent record. C. Higgins, please see your supervisor to schedule a reprimand. Define intruders. Define intruders as space of choice automechanicals.
Sanitation and cleanup.
That's cool. That is really, really cool. Now, what do we have here? What's this? E1. Archunt. Corrupted logic module. Ooh. Ooh. Weapon parts. Yes. Okay. So, this is probably a good opportunity to go hand in the quest. Go. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Soldier.
You mentioned a logic module. I found one in the geothermal plant.
Bang up work, soldier. You're a credit to your uniform. Oh, that reminds me. Gotta look into getting us a uniform. So this is it then. The key to humanity's victory over the mechanical hordes. I would reward you with the gratitude of the Resistance, but I'm guessing you want something tactile.
I mean,
So
that
here's
would be
a couple bits
nice.
for your trouble, and a little something to remember me by.
Thank you. So that's it. We're done. Yay! Awesome. We need to give the manual. Let's do that. And then we can decide on whether we're... Well, I think I'm kind of already making a decision in my head about helping the botanicals instead of Edgewater. Wait, cave entrance. When the collector had to abandon his home, he hid the banned book in a small cave along with some... Oh! Wait, what? There's more? Oh, dear lord. Illustrated manual. Okay. Completely in the wrong direction. Well, at least I don't need to worry about the electric fence. So that's a nice. Did that respawn? It looks like it respawned. Ooh, that reminds me. Oh. I was already... Oh, because I changed it. Yep. Boom.
Look at us.
Yeah, boy. I feel like things have just like... Does that mean that things kind of come back? I'm now fascinated. And also, should I be concerned for the safety and well-being of myself and my crew? I think I saw movement. Surprised that didn't alert anyone. Hello. Lots of alcohol. Dude! That shit is whack. Alright. It's okay. Oh. F to use. That's what I want. Just so I can get my healing back up. Wait a second. Does this just lead straight back out? It does! Ooh. There's people around. Assuming it doesn't... No, I'm not seeing anything else. So I think that's it. They do it! Yeah! Oh god. Bye. Finish him off. Nice work, girl. Well done, buddy. Well done. All right. Well, I feel like that's most of the monsters in this area. And I got a lot of pistol ammo. Well, I did say I was going to make myself a cowboy. And a cowboy I made myself. Journal of Mbakonu. A handwritten journal with the name Mbakonu scrolled in the lower corner. Nice. Return to the vicar. Which we shall do. Whoa, did you, like, screw up half your... No, that's just a weird golden hair thing with the lighting. Jesus. That must be what people are talking about. You know what? That's
Any
the least of my
progress on that
concerns.
matter we discussed?
I've got your book right here.
Wonderful. This is fantastic. Well worth all the sacrifices I... Wait. What the fuck is this? Is this French? I can't fucking read French.
We'll learn.
It's a law-forsaken joke is what it is. French. Ha! I was so high and mighty, preaching to the yokels about following the plan, while fighting it at every turn.
You didn't want that book to keep others from reading it. You just wanted it for yourself.
Well, yes. But I assure you, it was not for personal gain, only for the greater good.
Bullshit.
I've spent my life searching for the keys to unlocking the secrets of the universal equation that underlies the plan. I had hoped this book held some of those answers. I became so desperate, I even got myself assigned to this plague-ridden backwater to find the damn thing. All the time and suffering I've spent. Wasted.
Well, at least you still have your mission work here to give your life a meaningful purpose.
Please. As if my life should have no greater meaning than proselytizing to a bunch of feeble-minded wretches. Nothing could be more excruciating than discussing the true nature of reality with people who have no interest beyond their next Aetherwave program.
You blame
That's
them?
neither here nor there. What I need to do now is to find a translator, obviously. But to do that, I'll first need to secure transport. You have a ship. Perhaps I could make myself of use to your crew.
Could be a beneficial arrangement. You need a ride out of town, I wouldn't mind a ship hand.
Certainly. I already gave you most of my money, but I can offer you free spiritual counseling, and I'd be happy to watch your back. I'm pretty handy with a tossball stick, or any blunt instrument really. I'm also a passable gun hand if it comes to that. I can usually talk my way out of conflict, though. Oh, I'm fairly competent at hacking computers as well.
It's all part of your Vicar training?
Well, understanding computers is, though I admit I took it further than most. And I was quite the 32nd back during my seminary days. Left many an opponent bleeding on the field.
Are you even a vicar? Because you aren't sounding very vicarly right now.
Of course. I'm a vicar who is dedicated to his calling. More dedicated than any other you'll find in this colony. I joined the OSI to help decipher the grand plan. But instead, I ended up the vicar in a prison due to ignorance and politics. Then I came here. Satisfied?
What's the story with the book, mate?
The originators of the Philosopher's School of Thought, though it would be more than a century before it was perverted into that belief system. Philosophism's a false religion that stands in contradiction to almost everything we know to be true. They believe all is chaos, in stark contrast to OSI's belief in the plan. But most of that came later. Bokonu had some interesting theories about man's perception of reality that I thought could be applied to our attempts to decipher the plan.
How'd you get assigned to prison duty?
Most laypeople are not aware of this, but we've not discovered any new insights into the plan for a long, long time. I had an idea that we should welcome the truth, no matter where we found it. I had the worse idea to share my thoughts with a superior. And that's the long and short of it. So, what do you think?
Sounds good, let's go.
Fantastic. Let me get my things in order and I'll catch up with you.
Edgewater's gonna miss you. Folk here always had good things to say about their vicar.
Thank you, Ms. Holcomb. I'll be glad for the change of scenery, and to leave this place behind. I shall see you on the ship, Captain, whenever you're ready to leave Emerald Vale.
All right, buddy. Well, since I've got the attributes... Oh, that's right. It's every second. Yep, cool. So at level 8 is when I get more. In the meantime... 1, 2, 3, 4. Might start leveling that up as well, but if I can at least get unlock the second drug. Yeah, I just want to get that. Get that. Because I at least want the second drug mixing slot. For the inhaler! Plus engineering is also helpful. Improve your weapons and armor in the work. Tinkering costs. Minus 50%. That's a handy little thing. Standard troop helmet. Okay, and that goes up. Your inhaler heals you and your companions, but they get 30% of the healing effects. Oh, that's neat. Huh. Cool. My heavy weapons also go up. Nice. All right. I think we're good for that. Yeah. Well, now we're down to our last little part of the quest. Region. And then it looks like we'll probably be on to the next area of this ep. Woo! It's exciting. Tell you what, though. We've got a handful of games coming out in the next... This month is full on. So what do we got? Monster Hunter. I know we had Assassin's Creed, but that's now been delayed. There's Monster Hunter. There's... Ooh. Nope. This way. Avowed, I think? Is it this month? Yakuza? It's huge. Like, really decent games. And I think there's like a handful of small ones at the same time. So it's going to be a full-on month for all the new stuff. Ooh, actually. Yeah, these guys were still fighting each other. Oh, but this is still barred. What the hell? How the hell do I get in? Or, wait a second, there was another door here. Yes. Ah. Here we go. God, that's really... Boom. Yeah, that does hurt. Jesus. Steam distribution. Engineering. Shut off Steam release valve. Thank you very much. Retrofitted heavy power armor. Think caplet. Mushrooms which stifles the adrenaline, shifting your mind's comprehension. And a bunch of other random junk. We have a dead scientist. Ooh. Perfect. Hmm. 669. Oh. Wait. Is that energy based? Oh. Yes. Let's see how this works. If it works. I don't even know if this is going to help, but I'm hoping it does.
Halt.
Oh, wow. Literally burns him to dust. Oh, you also lost a head. Guess that's what happens when you use plasma. What's up here? A3. And slowly getting this facility, theoretically, back online. And well, would you look at that? That doing what it's meant to? Question, isn't it? I mean, I feel like it's doing something.
Hey, mister? Look, I know you want your power regulator and all, but I just gotta ask you. Do you understand what you're about to do?
I wouldn't mind hearing your opinion.
Cut off Edgewater's power. I think it would be cruel. I'm sorry. That just sort of came out all at once. Edgewater's hurting. We've been losing workers year after year, and corporate hardly ever sends replacements. There's barely enough Saltuna to fill our bellies anymore. But the town's got some good people in it. Decent, hard-working folk just living their
your
lives
option?
the only way they know how. They don't deserve to be punished.
The deserters are a community. I can't just destroy what they built.
Miss McDevitt's built something beautiful. Somehow she's talked the ground into giving life again. It's plain to see she's made the Vale a better place. Fed the hungry, tended the sick. Gave a home to those that had none. But Miss McDevitt delights in Edgewater's suffering. She wants to hurt the town. Do you really want to be party to that kind of hatred?
Sweetheart, you have a lot to learn about life. I see your point. I think I'm ready to make a decision.
Sorry, I didn't mean to babble on like that.
No?
I felt like I had to say something.
That's fine. Oh god, you can be really cruel. I'm glad you did. I like hearing from you.
I mean, wow. Thanks. No one's ever told me those words in that order.
All right. Power is currently being distributed to Edgewater Sultry Cannery Botanical Laboratory. Redirect power. Warning. Redirecting power is irreversible. Is an irreversible procedure. Are you sure you want to continue? Redirecting power is an irreversible procedure. Please select the destination. To Botanical Laboratory. Disregard for space and choice property has been lodged. Please report yourself to your designated supervisor for immediate reprimand.
I can't stop thinking on Edgewater, Captain. I'm glad the deserters are gonna be alright now they got power, but what about the town? All those people.
They'll be fine. I mean, they might go crazy. And the Spacer's choice reputation decreased. By how much? Alright, here's what I want to know. Codex? No, where was it? Character, reputation. Ooh! Sucks to suck. I want to see if there's anything that changes from the outside. I think stuff does Yeah, because I'm pretty sure I killed these things. Yeah! Hit him in the butt. Butt stomp that beast. Punch that beast in his booty. Come on, girl! Wait. Oh, shit. Oh, no. Oh, no. I gotta look for dust. Oh, God. Well, at least I got a shit ton of energy. That's cool. So, you only have to worry about 3 types of ammo. Light, heavy, energy. That is great. Oh. God, way to make it simple. Do-do-do. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do. Let's see how bad shit's gonna be. Sealed. Alright. Let's save. Transition to Edgewater. Oh. Oh. Ooh.
What are we supposed to do now? Exercise patience and contemplate the scriptures. Oh, it's you. Reed told me I should be expecting you. He's inside.
That's all you got?
You picked a fine time to visit, stranger.
I'd like to talk to you about Eugene.
Paid his burial fees, didn't I? Let the dead sleep.
Found a letter to Conrad.
Didn't anyone ever tell you not to go rifling through other people's correspondence?
You were planning on stealing Eugene's gold teeth.
Excuse you. Eugene's body and all rare earth minerals contained therein already belong to Spacer's Choice. And we're all part of the Spacer's Choice family here. Never mind. I don't have to explain myself to you.
Right. Okay, Reed. Should I be concerned?
You want to know what gets my bile churning?
What's that, Reed?
Edgewater has suffered a cavalcade of disasters. Plague, marauders, desertion. Then you wandered in town. And I was so damn sure our luck was starting to turn. I never knew how right I was. Just answer one question for me. Why'd you do it?
Not personal. Need your power regulator.
That power regulator is company property. Whatever you were hoping to find down here, I advise you to turn around and leave. I have got guards posted with orders to fire on you.
All of your guards. I don't want them bleeding all over my power regulator.
All right, easy now. Let's not do anything we'll regret. I'll order my guards to stand down. Take what you came for and then leave us be. Stand down, all of you. We're done here.
That is really cool. Oh, that's such a nice little choice. God, I feel badass. Healed. Oh, because there's no power. Yay!
Desertion is a criminal offense, punishable by hard labor.
Well, you guys suck. Dissenters in our midst. Enemy seeks to destroy something. Now, is there... You can't fast travel while... What is that? Oh, is that the spacers? It must be. What else is that? Okay. Not gonna question it. I just want to see if there's any other dialogue from this NPC. There you are.
You hear that? That low, pleasant hum of electricity? It whispers across the veil like the winds of change. You've done well.
Thank you.
I would have paid my last 5 bits to see the look on Reed's face when the last lamp in town burnt out and the cannery fell to silence.
You really have it in for Reed.
My son worked in that cannery. When the plague started coming, he was one of the first to fall sick. We had a store of medicine locked away, but Reed refused to treat him. Said my boy didn't deserve treatment.
Wow.
Said the medicine would have been wasted on him. So I buried my boy in the cemetery, gathered my belongings, and left. That's as much of the story as you need to hear.
Poor thing. Hate the town all you want. It won't bring your son back.
Blunt as a hammer. But you're right. Nothing can undo the past. Time's come to look toward the future. We'll grow, I expect. A lot of workers out there with nowhere else to go.
And a lot more mouths to feed.
Not as many as you'd think. We're not about to let the whole town join our flock. Just the ones willing to renounce their corporate loyalties and live the way nature intended. I am curious. Why did you help us? You don't know who we are. You don't owe us a thing. The plant's crawling with mechanicals, so it stands to reason you risked your life.
Between your camp and Reed's Cannery, yours is the better way of life. I don't like the idea of being Reed's lackey. Ooh. I didn't do this for you. I'm trying to repair a ship.
Well, I have got nothing against a little good old-fashioned pragmatism. You're welcome among us if you're ever so inclined.
Feel like playing the Riddick character. No one says I have to be perfect. I like how they give you that choice, though. And they don't punish. Shall we move on to the next area? Let's.
Is this your ship? Oh my stars, she is just so handsome. Does she have a name yet? What's her drive model? Oh, gosh. Listen to me babbling. When I was in Edgewater, I dreamed of flying on a
Excuse
real ship.
me, it is late,
Working on a real engine.
but I'm still going.
To a proper crew. Edgewater won't last another season without power, but that don't change the fact that I'm indentured to Spacer's Choice. Company expects me back at my post.
Those deserters left Edgewater behind, nothing keeping you from doing the same.
I have imagined it, but until you came along, I never thought I had the choice. I want to ask you something, and you can say no. But can I come with you? I could tend to your engine. I know my G-valves from my catalyzers, and I can keep your ship singing. And if you ever need a pair of eyes watching your back, I can do that too. What do you think?
My guitar just turned on by itself. That was bizarre. I'd be glad to have you along. Pick a cabin, it's yours.
Yes! I mean, thanks. You won't regret this, mister. Captain. I can call you Captain now. Ha! I got a captain.
Let's go, girl.
Well, I certainly am looking forward to flying on a ship named the Unreliable. I'll just head upstairs and claim a room. Yes, you caught me ruminating again. Guilty as charged. What's occupying your thoughts?
I'd like to know something about those I'm flying with. What's your story?
Nothing too out of the ordinary. Just your run-of-the-mill vicar with a violently enthusiastic disposition.
Violently enthusiastic disposition.
That's what my parents called it. I grew up in a pit of a town much like Edgewater. I was destined to be a laborer like my parents, but I was infected early with a need to solve the equation. My passion didn't sit well with them.
Why were you so passionate about it?
My parents, ironically. They internalized the precepts of scientism like no one I've ever known. They had a pure faith, a faith that brought joy to them regardless of the situation. I envied that. I wanted that peace. I thought if I became a vicar, I could find it. Or at the very least, find out why I lacked it.
Weren't they proud when you became a vicar at least?
They thought I was fighting the plan, should have accepted my lot. Some people pursue the clergy for power, prestige, but that was not me.
It's this plan you keep talking about.
The simple version is this. The force which we call the Grand Architect created the universal equation that underlies and defines everything in the universe. Everything flows from the equation, or in layman's terms, the Grand Plan. Is the Grand Architect a consciousness? A natural force? Did it create the equation on purpose? The answers to these questions don't really matter. The equation, the plan, is all that matters. Contentment is found by accepting one's role in the plan.
You can't help but follow the plan, and everything you do is part of it, right? That's a convenient way to control the masses.
It can be if abused, but that can be said about anything. However, in the case of the board and Halcyon, sadly, I believe you are correct.
Seems quite trusting of you to just sign on without knowing anything about me.
I have run headlong into too many walls in my pursuit of the truth. This book is my last hope, and you were my only hope of getting it translated.
What if the book doesn't have the answers you're looking
I
for?
honestly don't know what I'd do. This quest has consumed me for the better part of my life. I fear there's nothing else left to me. What about you? What's your story?
I was a colonist on the Hope. A scientist named Wells saved me.
And how did he do that?
Stole my body from the Hope at the edge of the colony and thawed me out.
Well, you do seem different than every other colonist. Let's pretend for the moment I believe you. What are you going to do now?
I'm helping him recover more of the chemicals he needs to save the rest of the colonists.
That seems a dangerous proposition. Why risk your life now that it's been returned to you?
I had family on the Hope.
Oh, I see. You have my condolences.
Tell me again about the book we picked up that's in
Buffalo,
French.
the author, had some interesting theories about man's perception of reality that I thought could be applied to our attempts to decipher the plan. Unfortunately, he was also one of the founders of the Philosophist School of Thought, so the book is banned in this colony.
Remind me, what are your thoughts on the Philosophists?
Philosophism's a false religion that stands in contradiction to almost everything we know to be true. They believe all is chaos, in stark contrast to OSI's belief in the plan. But most of the Philosophist perversion of Bakonu's thoughts came more than a century after his death.
Any idea where we can find someone who speaks French in this colony?
I've been thinking on that. There's a former infamous Philosophist scholar who fled Terra 2 some years ago. He's an expert on Bakonu. He's also who told me of the journal's presence in Emerald Vale. If anyone in this colony could translate that book, it would be him.
Sounds like a good lead, but how do we find him?
That's a good question. We should start on the Groundbreaker. It's where I'd go if I wanted to get off Terra 2. Great place to pick up a ride to Hephaestus, Scylla, even Monarch. All I need is access to a data cartridge from the security terminal. Their easily hackable system keeps a registry of all crew manifests for both arrivals and departures.
How will a crew manifest help us track down a scholar
I'll
friend?
comb the last 6 months of departure manifests to track the Philosophist's off-world destination.
Happens to be highly skilled hacker.
Before I transferred to Edgewater, I had a wealth of time to develop certain secular skills during my years serving a particular penitentiary flock. I meditated, led sermons, provided guidance to the inmates as needed, of course. I also played prison yard tossball and taught myself a bit about computronic security systems.
Sounds good, let's
Thank you,
go.
Captain.
Captain, I have detected that the town of Edgewater is now without power. I appreciate you doing your part to hasten their demise.
Ha!
What can I do for you, Captain?
I have a power regulator.
Do you know how to install a power regulator?
Yeah, I know what I'm doing.
Outstanding, Captain. Your aptitude for engineering will prove invaluable in the event of another catastrophic engine failure.
Yeah.
Our engine room is located behind you, across the cargo bay, up the ladders.
What's this? Alrighty then. Bonk. Wow. Okay, there goes my ankle again.
What can I do for you, Captain?
Let's fly.
All systems are operating within acceptable parameters. I am prepared to bring the unreliable into low-altitude orbit. This should prove an adequate test of our flight capabilities.
Yes, please. Let's get out of here. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, to the next phase of the game. Against all odds, the unreliable takes
I
flight.
received a communication request from Dr. Phineas Wells.
Woohoo! Waiting to hear from him.
Ah, there you are, hale and hearty, and captain of your own ship. I see you're putting the unreliable to good use. Shame about her former captain. Horrible way to die. How are you feeling, by the way? I lost track of you in that cave back there. Experiencing any unnatural drippage? Perfectly normal side effect of thawing, I assure you.
I've been feeling a little lightheaded. Also, I can slow down time.
Good, great, excellent. Let's move on. What you saw in Emerald Vale is happening all across the colony. Food shortages, lack of supplies, and basic necessities. We're dying. The chairman, the minister, and all their lackeys on the board are to blame. The Hope has some of the brightest minds Earth ever sent us. If we can revive the Hope's colonists, they can help us undo the board's mistakes. They can help us set things right. You need to get to Stellar Bay on Monarch. I have contacts there. They'll help me, help us, find the chemicals to revive your fellow colonists. Gladys Culkelly, lovely woman, runs a cozy little
Groundbreaker.
black
There we
marketing
go.
outfit on the Groundbreaker. She can get you a nav key to land on Stellar Bay.
Why do I need a nav key to land on a planet?
Strictly speaking, Monarch is a moon, terraformed badly, and almost completely lawless. You'll love it. Captains don't fly their own ships, you see. Your navigation terminal handles the, navigation. Think of a nav key as a set of flight instructions. The board's been confiscating nav keys for Stellar Bay, so we must rely on unconventional means of acquisition. Hence, Miss Gladys Culkelly.
Right, the Black Marketeer.
Gladys and I have been doing business for years. Her smuggling credentials are unimpeachable. If anyone can get you a key to Monarch, it's her.
What's stopping me from just leaving Halcyon altogether? Can't I land somewhere outside Stellar Bay?
In theory, I suppose you could land your ship in Cascadia, and in theory, I suppose you might survive the experience. Cascadia is utterly seething with dangerous, highly aggressive creatures, more than capable of tearing you limb from limb. You'd have to be a lunatic to land in Cascadia, and I'm reasonably certain I tested your brain for incipient signs of insanity. Trust me, talk to Gladys Culkelly. Excellent. I'll send her a wireless. Let her know you're coming. By the way, I gave Captain Hawthorne a disguise apparatus of my own design, cutting-edge technology, years ahead of its time. I call it the Holographic Shroud. I'm sure it will prove remarkably useful to you. You'll find it in the captain's quarters.
I'll put it to good use. Thanks. Holographic shroud?
Marvelous device. I'm quite proud of myself. The shroud changes the user's appearance to mimic that of another.
Oh.
It has limits. First-generation technology, you see, but promising. Exciting to see it in use at last. Very simply, the holographic shroud uses biometric information contained on standard identity cartridges to generate a holographic projection around you.
You think you mentioned this thing has limitations?
Only stands up to a casual scrutiny. Use it too long, bound to flicker, blur, something like that. Movement makes it more likely. Best used in moderation. When you see guards in your path you can't sneak past, for example.
Oh, cool.
Maintain your distance. Act normal. No running, no jumping. Don't draw their attention. If they pay attention, they're more likely to notice flaws in the hologram.
Why do I need a gadget for this? Couldn't I just steal a uniform or something?
A change of clothes. What is this? Some old spy serial? What inattentive and brainless guard would be fooled by such a shabby disguise? The holographic shroud masks not only your clothes, but your face and fingerprints. It modulates your voice and sweetens your breath.
How the hell does a hologram sweeten your
Science,
breath?
that's how.
I'll put to good use.
Excellent.
Thanks.
I'll contact you once you've found a way to get to Stellar Bay. If you have any questions, come see me in my lab. And remember, don't trust the board. They'll try to win you over with promises of wealth and power, but it's a lie. The board's only interested in filling their own pockets. If
Naturally.
we don't put a stop to them, they're going to run this colony to the ground.
Transmission ended. If you are ready to depart, please select a destination on your navigation terminal.
Got it. That's where I am. Phineas's lab. Groundbreaker. Sela is one of the largest asteroid orbiting Halcyon. The largest in a grouping of rocks known as the Charybdis Cluster. Hephaestus Mining once claimed the asteroid, but its prospecting site was abandoned decades ago. Use the system map to travel the planets. Monarch, one of the Olympus's many satellites, what should have been Halcyon's second habitable world, has long since been abandoned by the board due to monstrous, ravenous creatures. Independent orbiting station in the remains of Halcyon's first colony ship, captained by Junlee Tennyson, and run by the descendants of the original crew. It's really neat. What's that? Alright. Groundbreaker docking bays. Let's go. Welcome to the system map, Space of Choice Travel Advisory. Here you can see all the planets in the system as well as some special points of interest that you may have discovered. You can fly your ship to any location that you have unlocked, though some landing bays require special codes and keys before they allow you to land there. Moving between planets is considered extremely dangerous, and all employees are encouraged to remain home or at work.
has approved our request for docking, Captain. You're free to disembark.
Well, that's good.
Hey,
Sure.
Captain? I heard that Groundbreaker's got a real good engineer. A lady named Junlee Tennyson?
What about her?
I was thinking that maybe I ought to meet her. If you got time to swing us by, I mean. I don't got much experience fixing actual spaceships. I bet you a can of Borston beans she could teach me all manner of stuff.
Sure, we could head over to engineering now. Thought you said you could keep this boat in good repair.
I abso-surely can. I'm a passing fair mechanic. Even Mr. Thompson would have said it's my only skill.
Aww.
But I'm used to working on cannery lines, AG loaders and the like. There's tricks about ships I ain't learned yet. All I'm looking for is a few pointers. I bet a lady who runs a whole station has forgot more than I ever learned.
Sure, we could head over to engineering now.
Thanks, Captain. I'll be sure to make it worth your time. Did you want to talk about something else?
I think it's time you move along. Break time's over. Select up to 2 companions to accompany you. Neat. 3, 4, 5, 6. Awesome. Got 2 companions. Crouch is useful. Activate stealth. Very nice. Hello, Mr. Vicar. Tell me, sir, what type of wear have you got? Oh, dear Lord. Buddy, why can't I level you up? Oh, I already have. Decrease. The amount of threat this companion generates when attacking enemies, making them less likely to attack this companion. Yes. Dialogue, combat, effective duration, melee damage, armor rating, range. And... oh. I should probably apply, shouldn't I? Now, Pavadi's got... what did the high leveler up with? Health, okay. Character, we have a skill, a set of skills. That goes up. Get my persuade up. Perfect. Medical. Absolutely wonderful. Capital. Yes, yes. Minimum armor penetration. Don't mind the... uh-oh. Ooh. Wait, what? Hold on. After 50, you can specialize by adding points directly to handgun. Oh, shish kebab. How you doing, Impulsive? What was I doing? That one. That's fine. You're joking. Ah, dude. That's gonna be interesting. You did. I know. You can catch up on the VOD. And I will be posting this up on YouTube on my channel as well. Bar a couple of edits. So all you've missed is we've left Terra 5. Hold on, let me just put a perk on. Maybe you should have been born. Vendors prices. 50% XP from companion kills. Walk speed, sprint, additional ammo, stock and vendors, tactical time dilation, recharge rate. Yes, I think I will apply that. How are you? How's the story journey so far? Well, so here's where we're at. I'm good, by the way. Bit tired, just had a busy day doing chores and stuff around the house. As you know, my wife is incapable of doing much since she is pregnant. But we are now on the Groundbreaker. So we have left, I think it's Terra 5. And we ended up rerouting the power from Edgewater to the botanicals. So we hoped the, what are they called? The deserters. And we screwed over the Spacers Guild. So yay! We're doing good for society and screwing over the corporations because we can.
You learn to keep your eyes to yourself in my job. Nobody wants you looking close at their cargo.
No, of course not.
It's fucking freezing in the bays.
Wow. Great with the language. How have you been, Impulsive? Okay, so that's if I want to steal shit, which I don't know if there's someone else looking at me. So we'll keep at a steady pace.
That's not the point. This halfwit just knocked out one of my workers.
Yeah, with a tossball stick. I heard you the first time. There weren't any witnesses.
No witnesses? He's not even denying it.
Jackass had it coming.
Shut it, Felix. You're not making this any better.
You get cute with me again, you little back bay brat, I will toss you out an airlock. Now's not a good time. I'm dealing with a problem here.
So, go space yourself. Problem solved.
Go space yourself? What a term! I love that. Yeah, life's not too bad. Work's okay. It's been busy this week because we've had because I work in retail and office work, so it's just been flat out with back to school. But it has been the last week, so it should calm down, which is nice. I've had a lot of repairs, though. Just when shit breaks down, it's like a pain in the ass to organize it. Most of it's pretty stock standard. It's like, we have a system that just is easy to book most things, but there's a couple that you need to manually do, and then you got to keep track. I actually had a guy at work that I was getting an update on a pair of Samsung earbuds for a customer, and this team member from like the systems team decided to email and say, "Why are you escalating it?" And I'm like, well, because it's the customer inquiring, and I'm sure you wouldn't want to, you know, discredit the customer to want to know where his repair is, when most repairs usually take anywhere between 1 to 2 weeks, unless they need to find parts. And he shut up straight away. There was no response or reply back, so I was pretty pleased with that email. But yeah, otherwise, yeah, just been chilling out with my wife. We're about 3 weeks away from the baby coming, which is nice. So that's in the back of my mind, but it's been good. And your life and work doing okay, I gather, Impulsive? Relax. Let me talk to the kid.
Do what you want. I'm done here.
Whatever you
3
heard,
weeks.
It's all true.
That is going to be wild. It certainly is. We got most of the stuff out the way, so pretty much... Oh, thank you. Thank you. I'm sure it'll go well. She's been approved for a C-section, but I mean, that can go either way. We don't have an official date yet, because with the hospital, they like to delay it as last minute as possible for the baby's development in the brain and whatnot. Theoretically, we're hoping to hear something by this week, but we don't know. Might be another week or two before we actually get a date, so we'll see. I'd like to hear your side. What happened?
I had this foreman, right? Guy never liked me, always trying to get a rise out of me. But I keep my chin up, right? Be the bigger man, I tell myself. He's a Spacer's chosen man, though. So when the Chosen beat my Rangers the other night, my foreman comes swaggering up with his head full of boasting.
And that's when you resolved your differences like an adult, right?
That's when I broadsided him with a tossball stick. Yeah. Look, this was a long time coming. Guy thinks he can push me around because he's some sky-high foreman, and I'm just a back bay's dock worker. Well, former dock worker. Guess I just tendered my resignation.
Nice work. Sounds like you're better off on your own. Got any plans?
Enjoy my freedom. Scrounged together enough bits for a 0G. Other than that, can't say as I do. Hey, not for nothing, but I saw you wander out of that ship over there by the dock. Wouldn't happen to be yours, would it?
Technically, the previous captain died in a horrible accident.
So your ship's got a dark and violent history? This is just too perfect. Hey, I don't want to talk your ears off, guessing you got places to be. I appreciate your time.
Never caught your name. I'm Tralius. You're in a hurry to get somewhere.
Oh, not at all. Just, you know, gonna figure out what to do next. See you around, boss. Going for a stroll around the docking base?
Yes, I am.
Are we gonna get in trouble today? Not that I want to, just seems to happen around you, is all.
I'm going on without you. Jesus. You can actually tell your characters to take a hike. Alright.
It's always fucking
Oh, okay. So they give them like the same dialogue. Gotcha.
Assholes and their big interstellar freighters. One nearly rammed me on the way in.
Well, what did you
The
do?
air costs money here.
What? Oh my
Scary
god.
things about Monarch.
I mean, you are on a ship, so that makes sense. How else is it supposed to regulate itself? Boy, oh boy.
You ever hard up for work, try Sublight Salvage. Good pay if you're morally flexible.
Right, I would say there's really no other NPCs here that I can interact with. Ooh, vending machine discovered. I love how you get experience for vending machines. Here you go.
Hawthorne, you said. Let me apologize in advance. I'm about to ruin your day. According to your ship's record, you've been flagged by the board. Your ship will be impounded until such a time as they see fit to lift it.
Oh.
But we've hardly been out of Edgewater long enough to get in trouble.
Well, isn't this wonderful? The captain's done something to get on the board's bad side.
Now, hold on. This isn't the end of the world. Probably.
Yeah, so it's not a different planet. I'm on a ship called the Groundbreaker. And I'm here to essentially... So, I've got the ship running. The whole point of the quest on the initial planet was to get the ship running. So I needed a particular, like, power converter for the ship. But the decision I had to make was either to reroute... Because the component you could either get from the town of Edgewater, which is all run by corporate types, or this other little village just outside the town that was run by a lady who'd kind of started it up, called the Botanicals. And she just had enough of the corporate kind of lifestyle and the fact that the main mayor of the town had basically refused her son medication, and her son ended up dying. So she just went, well, screw you all, I'm leaving, and I'm just going to live my own life off the land, which she did. And she kind of figured out a way to revitalize the soil and get things growing in this whole botanical garden type thing. So she's got like people that are called the deserters that had moved in and are staying there. And then you have a choice, because you're asked by Thompson, the mayor of Edgewater, to go in and basically try and convince the town people, or the people of the Botanicals, to come back to town. And everything will obviously be all forgiven as long as they come back and continue working for the Spacer's Choice Corporation. But she chooses not to. That's not what she wants. She's obviously got a massive grudge. Understandably so. So you then have to make a choice with the power plant that you go to, whether you reroute the power to, from... Because the power plant's basically playing up at this point. So you have to choose whether you focus the power plant to send its energy to the Botanicals and help the deserters, or whether you help Edgewater and encourage the deserters to move back into Edgewater. He wants you to fuck over the people and pretty much twist their heads into corporate slavery. Exactly! Now you have to pick a side. Yes, which I did. So I obviously picked the side of the deserters. So I screwed over Edgewater. And when I went back into Edgewater, because you have to go into Edgewater now to get the actual component for the ship, and I get confronted with Thompson, who basically tells me, well, why did you do this? I told him I just need the part. And then he said, well, I'm not going to give you the part. You made the wrong decision. And I've got guards in the room that are ready to shoot in case you try to take a component that belongs to the Spacer's Choice Corporation. And so I used my intimidation skill, and he went, okay. You can go in, take your component. So I went in without a hitch. No bloodbath, no fights, nobody died, surprisingly. So I was quite pleased. So I got the component, installed in the ship. I've collected a new character, which is the Vicar. And now we have been told by the scientists to go and speak to a particular chick. She's like a black marketeer. to get a card that will help us land on a particular planet so that we can get something else to help our colonists where I had been woken up. So, yeah. You betray the correct... Yes! Yes, I did! Oh, mate. I screwed myself in Dragon Age. I don't know if you watched the recent VOD with, me playing the DLC. Because I didn't realize by helping out one of the quest givers I was going to screw myself in the town. But on the upside, I ended up glitching the game and got like infinite amount of money and experience, so that was kind of cool. Completely broke it, but hey, I was having fun. Technically, I can buy all the resources I need, so I can just make an infinite supply of potions now. So that was fun. Have you ever had that glitch? Because that was like out of the blue, just like on repeat, just keep doing the dialogue, deny, dialogue, deny, dialogue, deny, and I'm just watching my gold go up. I'm like, that's great. I wonder if my XP is go. Wait a second. It does go up. What? It was just so much fun. How do I get this resolved?
I want to take it up with Udom Bedford, our board representative here on Groundbreaker. His office is located along the starboard wall of the promenade. Shines like a Byzantium commode. You can't miss it.
But like now I'm annoyed because I won't be able to help the guards in the town. They won't talk to me. I'm like, ah, really? So do I have to commit to like the other faction and kill him, or do I just not do that and just keep everything on like an even playing field? I just don't know. And the problem is, in the back of my mind, I'm wondering if I don't do that, am I losing out on a faction that could potentially help me for some combat scenario later? I haven't read into that, so I don't know. Any idea why my ship was impounded?
Access to that information is above my pay grade, and I've turned down 3 promotions, so it stays that way.
Whoa. You're an idiot.
It, but what the hell? This here, impounding your ship, it doesn't happen much. The board knows we don't take kindly to their interfering in our operations. If I had to take a guess as to why, you must have riled up someone important.
Mm-hmm. I'll go talk to him and straighten this out.
You take the starch out of him, well, you won't hear any complaints from me. Oh, and if you're headed that way, would you mind doing me a favor? Wanda
Sure.
over in sickbay, tell her the shipment's not in yet. It's not coming in anytime soon.
Dr.
and she'd be
Wanda.
so obliged to get off my ass about it.
Or a shipment?
A handful of SAM cleaning units retrofitted for surgery. I don't know much else. I stopped listening when she started yelling.
Gee, you got a lot of respect.
Much appreciated. Is there anything else I can help you with?
Can I find a job around here?
Maybe. Most of the shipping traffic in the system passes through Groundbreaker. Every couple of months, we even get a big interstellar freighter. 2 biggest operations are the board. That is, Halcyon Holdings and Sublight Salvage. But there are independent operators around the promenade deck. Most of those jobs are going to take you off station, though.
There's something a little more local. Work around
You
here.
pulling my leg?
I'm new around here.
You must be one of them long-haul freighters from outside the colony. Well, I won't hold it against you. Goes like this. Back on Earth, before the crossing, the powers that be were selling off stakes in distant star systems they thought had potential. A bunch of companies decided to throw in together and form the Halcyon Holdings Corporation, then buy up the rights to this here colony. That group's what we now call the Board.
Board runs most of the system, don't they?
Yep. Groundbreaker's the only real independent port. Aside from us, there's just tramp freighters and wildcat miners. Seems like every year the board's offices get bigger and their ships take up more of the landing bays. Haven't seen nearly as many tramp crews this year.
There's just like one section of the universe that's being colonized, and we just happen to be dealing with this corporation. How does Groundbreaker fit into that?
Groundbreaker was one of the original colony vessels to come over on the crossing, a few years before her sister ship, the Hope. Once everybody'd been de-thawed and dropped dirt side, the original crew of the Groundbreaker decided they rather liked the spacefaring life. I guess that was the start of our independent spirit. Now, here we are.
So there's actually a boardroom somewhere with all these company heads in it.
Sitting around drinking whiskey and smoking cigars, yeah, probably. Can't say for sure, of course. Doubt I'll ever see the inside of it myself.
Got it.
Glad to help.
And for a little
Commandant
bit
Selena
more
might have a couple of
local.
folks she needs killed. Bad folks,
Ooh.
I mean. Not regular folks. She'll be at the security desk behind me.
Nice.
Chief Jun Lei might have an errand needs running. She's all tied up trying to fix our heat problem. You'll find her in engineering.
No
Awesome.
kidding. I'd love to get a look at this old girl's innards. I bet they're real twisty and weird. In a good way.
That's something long
You're
term.
thinking to make a career here? Don't waste your time. Full-time jobs on Groundbreaker tend to be inherited, or go to a fellow crew member's kid. Keep it in the family, you know.
I didn't think there were many independent operators in the system.
Relative to the board holdings? Not really. But there's a few with the means to go where they will. They aren't rich, but they aren't likely to look too close at your work history either.
You know about sublight
They
salvage.
strip the parts from derelict ships and abandoned outposts. There's some that say they make the derelicts and encourage folks to abandon their steads. Sublight gives me the creeps. I've known folks who went to work for them and just vanished. They're on the promenade run by a woman named Lilia Hagen. I'm only telling you so you know to avoid them.
That's all I need to know about work. Gladys.
Fence. You'll find her in the rest and go, on your left when you enter the promenade. Make sure you bring an empty belly.
Ooh. Okay. Looking for a drink. Any recommendations?
Most places are on the promenade deck. Big door yonder, straight through security. There's a bar on the starboard side.
Cool.
I got a preference for the Lost Hope myself. Talk to Vera. She'll set you right.
How big is this place?
You need anything else? You let me know. Don't want anyone saying Groundbreaker's not the most hospitable port in the colony.
Udon Bedford,
He's
tell
friendly
me.
enough unless you speak ill of the board. Get the sense he doesn't care for Groundbreaker much. Not that he would, being a board man and all. He's our liaison.
So there's tension between Groundbreaker and the board.
They can't abide an independent township, especially not one they gotta depend on. We're the first and last stop out of this colony. All their interstellar freighters come through us, and we skim a few bits off the top in manifest processing fees with every one. Folks around here will bluster that the board hates our freedom, but really, they know we can stop their out-system shipments anytime we like, and that terrifies them.
Why can't Groundbreaker and the board just work together? Keep pushing them.
It's a delicate balance, right? We could cancel their freighters' docking privileges in retaliation, but where'd that lead us? They got assault cruisers, gunships, and a handful of mining operations at their fingertips. We push them too hard, maybe they decide we'd be better in 10 trillion little pieces. Or they cobble together a new Groundbreaker and put us out of business.
Yeah, which
The
is
board
what they
wouldn't
would do.
that. Would they?
Absolutely, they
The board
would.
is necessary to provide order to the colony. They believe it's their prerogative to overrun you. But whether you allow that is up to you.
It's a tough line to walk, no doubt about that. But we make do all right. So far, anyway.
Money talks, bullshit walks.
Sure thing.
This game is just really eye-opening. I do wonder whether the sequel is going to have this level of depth in the storytelling and still have something interesting to say.
Be seeing you.
Wait, was there anything else? Ah,
All right.
nope.
Be seeing you.
That's it. All right. Privately floors, workbench discovered.
Unless you're here to file an incident report or to inquire about the bounty posting, I must kindly ask you to clear out. The Mardet's offices aren't for leisure time nor loitering.
What bounties do you have available?
Captain Gunnar McRed, just 26 hours old. The posting, that is, not the criminal.
that would be awesome.
Include several counts of flying under the influence,
Killing a kid,
carrying open alcoholic containers, failure to pay docking fees, resisting arrest, and assaulting not one but 2 officers.
Flying under the influence or illegal substances.
Swerving in the air was more like it. Then he crashed hard into the dock and tumbled out of his ship and fled on foot. Spilled Rizzo's Violet Spectrum vodka all over Officer Hartley. An affront of its own, considering none of us are approved for anything higher than green spectrum.
Oof. Any leads on where I might find McRed?
Last tip we got pointed toward the back bays. You want the reward? Do the legwork.
I'll take the posting.
You and about 6 other enterprising mavericks. It's only a matter of time before someone brings me McRed's head, or his lucky lighter, as proof of kill. I do hope you're the lucky hunter, though. Good luck and skip speed to you.
What's it like working security detail on the space station?
Do I look like your gossipy best friend? While I'm on post, I take my duties real serious. I would have no qualms whatsoever escorting you to a cell.
Ooh.
Understand?
Trying to make conversation.
I'm not here for a chat. Now get moving before I see you moved.
That might be fun. What's a Mardet?
We're the security force here on Groundbreaker. Started back before the crossing, you know.
Why Mardet and not guard or officer?
The original force was made up of a Marine detachment from the 77th Marine Expeditionary Unit, Trailward Fleet. Folks started calling us Mardets because it was easier to say. Guess it stuck.
I'll be on my way.
Hi there. Haven't seen you around before. What can Groundbreaker Security do for you today?
Just getting my bearings. What do you do here?
This is the security desk, sir. If you're here to report a crime, you'll want to talk to Commandant Sanita. I'm not authorized to take incident reports anymore.
Ooh. Do you do? I don't know. Tours or something? Why can't you take incident reports?
I'm not so good at filing. Mix up first name and surname 1, 2, 7 times. Well, folks are liable to start taking your filing privileges away.
Sees contraband from all over the system locked up back there.
Sure, and stuff from outside the system too, off the interstellar freighters. That's why we also have so many armed Mardets on duty here.
That's good to know. What if some of that contraband's mine and I'm here to claim it?
That'd be awful weird. On account of you should be locked up back here too then.
You do, I don't know, tours or something?
Just let anyone walk in here. I wouldn't be, well, that's not... we just don't. Maybe if you clear an open bounty and get in good with Commandant Sanita, or help Chief Tennyson fix this heat, that might warrant a thank you tour or something.
We're friends, right, Lee? Do me a favor, and I'll owe you one.
All right, I guess. In and out, though. Just try not to do any shady stuff. I'd like to keep my job.
Archer's Registry to find out which crew the Scholar shipped in and out with.
Okay, so, little background. Vickers got me doing a quest. Where is it? Drinking sapphire wine? No, that's Pravati. She wants to talk to the engineer. For some reason. Vicar Max wants to track down the scholar who told him about the banned journal of M. Bakonu in order to translate its writings. So, the previous quest that I did for him... Illustrated manual. Vicar was initially quite pleased to receive the book, but quickly became frustrated. So there was a book that he got me to retrieve for him. With the name M. Bakonu, which he was really wanting because it's got specific information to like the religious kind of studies that he's investigating. But the book's in French, and I gotta find someone who can translate it for him, which is what we're doing, but we need to obviously get information. Now, the vicar is obviously withholding some more insight into it, so I don't know what or why, but this is obviously what and where I need to go. Restricted access. Is this going to be an issue? Ooh. Ooh, oh. Oh dear. Oh, someone had a bad day.
Just yank the drive and I'll do the rest.
Okay. Check docking records. Security logs. Sublight put a bid on one of our impounds, generous one too. Negotiate for the usual finder's fee and then give Lila her salvage. Brawl at the Lost Hope, Freelancers versus Board. Freelancers won, arrested a freighter captain with more bits than brains. Hawthorne's ship impounded by order of Udom Bedford. Still no clue why Hawthorne associates with that broad board snake. A guy from the Back Bays roughed up the Moon Kid, raving mad. Warned me that the moon was gonna bring about the end times. He was flying high on whatever McRed grows down there. Got a sworn testimony that McRed was spotted at the Rest and Go. Not that anyone will corroborate. Reminder to keep an eye on Gladys. Confiscated goods. Detained a freelancer who was cagey about his business. Confiscated his personal belongings while he waited for questioning. Modified pistol, jock, hatchet, metal hoop, prayer beads, locked container. Owner refused inspection. He fled before we could get down to it. Left his things behind, so they stored in the back of the security station until the idiot shows his face again, which is likely to be never.
Now that we have the data cartridge, I can scholar it.
Huh?
Apparently I don't have enough. Ooh.
Okay, keep him quiet.
I'm in a back room. ID cartridge. You found an ID cartridge with the holographic shroud. You will now be automatically disguised when entering the associated restricted areas. Ooh, sweet! So I'm kind of just stealing stuff at the moment. Plasma rifle, ammo. What is that? A small metal device used to store rotational energy. Fun science fact. If you have ever wondered why it is hard to push over a functioning auto-mechanical, but it is easy to tip over a non-functioning one, this little device is the reason. Shh. I'm borrowing it. Mardet ID cartridge. Yoink. Ooh. That might be fun. What else can I find here? Is that a hoop? Why would I want to steal a hoop? It's only stealing if you get caught.
Move along.
Alright. What do I need? What is that? I need more of whatever that is. Oh. Oh. This is like a back door. Where does this lead? Whoop. Whoop. Ooh. Ooh. There's some hidden little locations in this game. Oh, would you look at that? Okay, I want to save that because I'm probably going to need it so I can break open the other lock. Holy shite. Where am I going? That's neat. Excuse me. Who is texting me at this time? Oh, my mother. My loving... Ooh. Hi, mate. What happened to you? You kind of lost your arm there. Both of them. They just fell off. Look at that. Clearly, got a bit too cocky up here by himself. Is that safe? I mean, it's not ideal, but let's... Oh, not too far. Ow! Ow! Oh my god. Oh, they're fine. Yeah, so this is the vicar. So this is the one that is wanting me to find a translator for this book. Which, do I speak to him? Oh, here we go.
His name is Reginald Cheney, and he joined a sublight salvage crew. Only he's not listed on the return manifest. Must have made landfall somewhere he wasn't supposed to. Ah, yes. Here. There's a domicile on Monarch in Fallbrook, rented to the same bit card he used to buy his seat on the salvage ship. I should have guessed. What better place to lay low if you wish to avoid the authorities?
You hesitated there, Vicar. What aren't you telling me?
Oh, it's nothing. I suppose I really didn't have much faith in actually finding him. Was a bit of a long shot, wasn't it?
This all seems awfully convenient.
I admit it was a bit of a long shot, but when you've spent as many hours as I have in contemplation of the universe's secrets, you sometimes get a sense for these things.
So this guy is trying to find this deeper meaning to the cosmos and the purpose to life, I guess? It's supposed to be a book that's supposed to be the general definition of what the purpose to the cosmos is. And the secrets lie in this book that needs to be translated. And that's as much information as I have, because as you can see, he's fucking sus as hell. And we don't trust him. But I gotta know, so I'm gonna help him. Ooh.
This is Halcyon News. We interrupt your regularly scheduled advertisement for the following story. The board would like to remind spacers and other travelers that passage to Monarch is restricted for your protection. Canyons of acid and sulfur rain are the least of the horrors plaguing the surface of Monarch. Anarchists live as one with the animals, lawless, savage, and unemployed. The board's embargo ensures that nothing can leave the planet and threaten our hardworking citizens.
We move cargo 16 hours.
Steal purple bunch? Because that's really worth stealing? Oh well. Ooh, examine. News media circus. Surround circus time clowns. Politics of Tossball have grown increasingly turbulent of late, with the Circus Time clowns trading out every single member of the team. Asking to comment on the upheaval, the Owners League released a statement saying that the clowns' failure to reach the finals was a deciding factor in their organizational rearrangement. When questioned about the values of this overhauled team, a representative from the clowns stated that their goals remain the same as ever. Toss, ball, win, repeat. Bunch of clowns. Ooh. Chairman Rockwell took time out from his busy schedule today to talk to us about Minister Clark and his impact on the colony. Working with Minister Clark has been truly wonderful these past 8 years, he said. His predecessor did a fine job, but Clark's brilliance cannot be overstated. The early retirement program is just the latest in a long line of initiatives he has spearheaded that will ensure Halcyon continues to be the envy of all the other colonies, outer colonies. We couldn't agree more, Mr. Chairman. So let's not use that. Woo! This is neat. Bella's Shell's discovery.
This place has a smell, right?
Ooh, Raider Crew, Lost Hope Bar. I'm just getting XP for doing absolutely nothing.
Careful where you smoke.
Ooh, hello.
Seeking relief from the heat? Till June Lay gets those radiators fixed, I've got the next best thing.
I don't suppose you know a way I could get to Stellar Bay on Monarch.
Stellar Bay proper? Tough to say. The board recalled all the nav keys about 10 years back when the corpse pulled back to Terra 2.
Okay, so this was the choice I had to make. And I'm actually wondering how that would work if you can do it early on. So I need to land on Monarch, but I need codes in order to get to a specific landing pod so that I can explore it properly, as opposed to just landing willy-nilly on Monarch, where apparently I would be dealing with theoretically high-level monsters, but I didn't actually give this a try. So I'm actually not 100% sure. Do you know why?
So the one with beasts, I heard.
Yeah.
Big one.
This is...
Kinda chew your face off for fun. Might all be board propaganda, though.
Might be.
If you're aiming to get to Stellar Bay, you're gonna have to get your hands dirty. The board don't like them that truck with Monarch.
But
I ain't the one you ought to be asking. Try Gladys on the promenade. She'll fix you up.
Okay, all the traders in the system come through here. Heard anything interesting?
Some big shot down in Byzantium's holding auditions for a new adventure serial. So yay, another 6 of those next season.
What's the heat issue I hear people complaining about?
The radiators, they're fucked 10 ways to Sunday. And we're all sweating buckets wondering when the powers that be are gonna get around to fixing it.
It might be your thermal control system's busted. That can happen if it's not tended to from time to time.
I don't really care what the issue is, kid. I just want it fixed. Sweat's starting to make me chafe in places I shouldn't be chafing.
Sexy. What do you need? Maybe I can do something about
That's
it?
not for me to say. But if you're feeling the urge toward helpfulness, you can find Chief Jun Lei in engineering.
What do you know about Chief Jun Lei?
There's nobody who knows more about the station's guts. Any system you could name, Jun's crawled around inside and made it better. She doesn't come around here often, though. Don't see her as much of a drinker. Too straight-laced for that.
Nothing right now, thank you.
Need to pay the bills somehow. You'll learn to keep your eyes to your...
You know that sound when
Have
you
you ever
snapped
seen-
on an injector clip? That's how you know your weapon loves you back. I got a full line of weapon modifications I'd be happy to show you.
Ooh. What's the benefit of modifying my weapons? Well, I kind of know what that is. Ooh, attack changes the damage type dealt to corrosion damage. Some of the noise made when swinging the weapon. Oh, you can go stealth. Sweet. Plasma rifle. Yeah, you don't really have much I want. Oh, actually. Do I have stuff to sell? Yeah, because I did get some new things, didn't I? Eve? Oh, yeah. Heavy weapon, heavy weapon. Yeah, we can get rid of that one.
Careful where you smoke.
Rush! Yeah, apparently so. Frankie got a lead on some local savage. One of the Groundbreaker's old hangars was bricked over until someone found it by poking around the stevedore's quarters. Lila gave us the go-ahead to plant her flag once we clear out the new arrivals. I'm sending you to scout. Look for a loose panel. You got to climb on top of their bunks and head towards the back wall. Lila says we should watch our backs. She thinks we've been tailed. In other words, typical Lila.
Are you listening to me, Emperor?
I'm sorry about the heat. Chief Tennyson will get the radiators fixed soon. Of course, this heat sure makes a 0G brew extra refreshing. It's an ale that's good for what ails you. Oh, and it's not the best choice. It's
Spacer's choice.
Taste the freedom. A lot of slogans to keep track of. Sometimes I forget.
You work for Spacer's Choice? Ever been to Edgewater?
Heard of it. My orientation Aetherwave showed that famous Saltuna cannery, which I'm sure smells as good as it looks.
Don't go looking into it.
That's true.
Yeah. I hope they're gonna be okay.
That's a Spacer's Choice beer. Take what you have, polish it up, and make the best of it. So, what can I get you? Some soap? Everyone loves soap. Everyone will love you for using it, too.
I ask you about that hat.
I'm bound to satisfy headgear-related inquiries. Please send any complaints to our Consumer Care Headwear Division.
You doing all right in there?
Oh, I'm having a stellar day. Not just because I'm legally obligated to say so. Almost as stellar as a Spacer's Choice is affordable.
Can you see in there?
I can see all of the top quality merchandise in the Spacer's Choice catalog, which is available here at a reasonable price.
Do you brush your teeth?
Spacer's Choice regrets that we don't sell toothpaste at this time, but we're always working on delivering exciting new products to our customers. Sprat Wash, Mouthwash, and Mantafloss are among the exciting line of dental goods currently in development.
You miss eating solid
Don't
foods.
miss out on these deals. You'll find none like them on all of Groundbreaker, or anywhere in the Halcyon colony.
Do you have to sleep with that on?
Trouble sleeping? Try our Lunar Eclipse mix.
Who came up
Two
with this
handfuls of
writing?
pills washed down with a hearty swig, a 2-hour energy brew. The blast will send you through the stratosphere, and the crash will knock you out cold, guaranteed.
Where can I get a hat like yours?
You would never ask if you knew what it's like in here. I mean, why, anyone can be a Spacer's Choice Consumer Relations Choice Specialist. Just keep your nose clean and aim for the moon. Add an additional 10% to your purchase today, and the proceeds will be donated to Spacer Cares, our premier corporate welfare program. At Spacer's Choice, we care about your health and emotional well-being. That's why we put Martin through 6 years of vendor school, only to make him wear this hat.
Wow.
Even if my contract didn't forbid it, I think it's part of me now. Now, are you ready to make Spacer's Choice Lunar Green Moonmouth lozenges a part of you? Lunar Green, the future is spearmint.
Dude, I am addressing the man beneath the mask. Are you okay?
Damn it. No slogan for that one. Look, this hat, my job. It may not seem like much to a brave space captain, but they're all that I have. If there are self-made purgatories, then we all have to live in them. Mine can be no worse than someone else's. Now, if we're done with the chit-chat, I hope you don't mind if I make the most of this short life and try to be the best moon person I can be.
Sad.
It's fine. I should be stronger than this. Thanks for taking an interest. Speaking of interest, can I interest you in some quality budget goods?
That's
At Spacer's Choice, we cut corners so you don't have to. Have a look.
That is very sad. Ton of shotguns, couple of weapons, various armor. Lie. That's cool.
You can't keep me out of there.
Please don't make a scene, Dr. Fenhill.
I am not making a scene.
I'm sorry. Am I causing a scene?
Just a bit.
See, Umfuru? We could have avoided all this unpleasantness if you just let me talk to Jessie in the first place.
What's this about?
Let me get one thing straight. Jessie and I are not friends. I just owe her, okay? As for the rest, I'm trying to figure that out. All I know is that she's been here too long, and she's apparently not receiving visitors.
Maybe I can look in on Jessie?
Be my guest. If you know something I don't about dealing with hospital bureaucracy, I'll be impressed.
What seems to be the problem?
I'd like to see Jessie
If
Doyle.
Only my other patients had so many inquiring after them. I'll tell you what I've told the others. The records say Miss Doyle checked herself in and requested I admit no visitors. The requests of our patients are paramount, so no, you may not see her.
Records say, have you actually spoken to her yourself?
She's not my patient. I'm certain no one on my staff would falsify patient records, if that's what you're implying. Not without dispensation from Chief Jun Lei.
Ooh.
Supplies are hard to come by out here.
How do you mean?
We don't have the ability to manufacture our own medical supplies here on Groundbreaker.
That's
Regrettably,
disappointing.
we are dependent on the board for such mundane items as bandages and antibiotics, as well as more critical resources like adequately trained staff. We'd nearly signed a supply agreement with Anti-Cleos, but they demanded we only use their branded drugs, and that's simply not tenable. Take
you
care.
around. Okay, so I'm assuming going in would be illegal. Actually. Is it?
Can't say I've seen you before. I take it you're a freighter captain? If you're here to better yourself, you'll have to wait. We're having a spot of trouble with our delivery service.
Milo told me to tell you to get off his ass about your shipment. Oh, here we
He
go.
must be referring to Irion. I'm sure the fool's gotten himself into another scrape. I'm beginning to wonder if I'm ever gonna get my service mechanicals at this rate.
Dang, this game is Obsidian. It's so close to Bethesda theme. Then again, Bethesda, BioWare, and Obsidian have all worked very closely together, so dialogue styles would be similar across all three. Yeah, it's like a condensed version of Starfield. It's really fucking impressive, right? Like, so much of the design, but it feels like there's a little bit more play with the character choices and the decisions. Though so far what I did on the planet was very much black and white, so that was more on the trajectory, which makes, like, seeing how this plays really makes me question and wonder how well Avowed is gonna do. Because Avowed's essentially Skyrim, when you think about it. Just their version of that style of game. So, we'll see. I reckon it might, if this is the quality of writing that they've got. Who's
Our delivery
Irion?
man. A brave idiot with a penchant for getting himself delayed. Sometimes by dates, usually by bandits.
What do you need mechanicals for?
Surgery mostly. Medical personnel are difficult to come by on Groundbreaker.
Why is that?
The board won't let their doctors and nurses station here, and they own all the medical schools. If we can't hire their people, we can't hire anyone. Everyone on staff here on Groundbreaker was trained by me or Idris. We're good, don't get me wrong. But we've only 2 heads between us, and we don't know everything.
The dialogue window is so smooth, not clunky. Yeah, it's really nice, isn't it? I could try to find him.
I'd be grateful if you'd spare the time. We need his delivery soon as yesterday. Last he told me, he was taking a shortcut by Scylla, an asteroid in the Charybdis cluster. That's where I'd start, were I the adventuring type. You look out, though. The place is probably crawling with outlaws.
Patient experiences unusual side effects post-hibernation. After his latest voyage, complains of longer days and increased boredom, as if time itself is slowing down. I've never seen complications this severe, and I'm prescribing a high dose of stims. While I'm optimistic that I can address the symptoms, the cause still troubles me. I'm going to try reaching out to conveyor crews and some corp docs I know on Terra 2 for answers. Update: I've learned that interstellar crews call the condition skip flu, and everyone I asked says they know someone who had it. In extreme cases, they say the person's body and mind break down entirely. Bored medics. The few who bothered to reply insist the patient was making it up to shirk their duties. I don't believe my patient is malingering. Fuck. But how do I prove that when the board won't even review my evidence? I also much prefer the little story tidbits compared to what most of the Bethesda games offer. I will take that. And Restricted area. Unauthorized personnel in the restricted area will be shot on sight without question. You can either fight, sneak, or use the holographic shroud to get through restricted areas. Post-mortem fines will be paid by the closest living relative. Area requires holographic shroud. How... Do I not have the holographic shroud? Wait. Idle camera. Controls. Key bindings. Am I missing something? Companion, companion, companion. Weapon, last weapon. Weapon reticle. Quick save. Okay. What's a V? Oh, that's probably for Vicar. Theoretically. Hmm? Okay. Well, that's as far as I can go for the time being. Without getting caught. Ooh. Recent user. Callahan. Everson. Oyama. Return to route. Public notice. I think I'm about to sneeze. The heat. I know it's bad, as the one whose office is closest to our radiators. You can imagine why I want to take 3 showers every day, I hear you. We've got eyes on the problem and hands and tools. It's a mechanical problem with a mechanical solution. In the meantime, enjoy some additional water rations and take breaks. You deserve it. If you're thirsting for cooler air, talk to your closest engineer about spots with favorable circulation. Seeing contracts. Hey, Lila Hagen, seeking ethical flexible spacer with Stella Bay landing clearance. Payment in exchange for return of illegal salvage. Details given upon acceptance of contract. Active warrants. Prior convictions. No questions asked. Our background checks filter out criminal red flags. Plausible deniability is the sublight way. See Lila Hagen for details. Warehouse next to the Spratwurst joint, 2nd floor. Loitering on board property is strictly prohibited. Halcyon Holdings corporate office and its environs are for conducting official board business only. Anyone found misusing board property will be fined accordingly. Board property includes, but is not limited to, Halcyon Holdings office here on Groundbreaker, the space directly in front of my desk, the space directly behind my desk, my doorway, my berth, and most importantly, my stairs. Thank you for your cooperation. Udom Bedford Certified Liaison. P.S. Please note that the next spacer caught drinking on the stairs outside the embassy may find themselves on the rude side of an airlock. P.P.S. This is the 3rd time I've had to post this message, and I'm sick and tired of it. I will not hesitate to open a board-sanctioned investigation into your behavior, and, when you are caught, punish you accordingly. Felix Milestone. That's for the elevator. Oh, and they just teleport.
Welcome to Sublight Salvage and Shipping, a legitimate business for legitimate consumers. You the one flying the Unreliable? Miss Lily has been expecting you. I'll unlock the door.
So you're a Sublight employee?
Sure am. A few years back, they got me started on simple acquisitions. You know those latches they put on cargo bays ain't worth a damn? These days, I stick to HQ and look after Miss Lilia.
You also look like you've been in a couple of battles.
So you're the new captain in town. I was hoping you'd make your way to my office. Saves me the work of hunting you down. Lilia Hagen, CEO and Executive Director of Aggressive Operations. I'm guessing you already know about Sublight, otherwise you wouldn't have come.
You know, Doko, it's interesting. There's, even though it has the same, like, facial capture type work, there's something about the way the characters move and the way they're stylized. It just feels a lot more organic and natural. It doesn't feel as stiff as most of the Bethesda games. It's very well done. Captain of the Unreliable.
Charmed. It's nice to see the Unreliable again. Useful ship. Hawthorne was my contractor. I'd recognize that leaky boat of his anywhere.
I mean, yeah, you'd think so, right? Because, like... And I'm almost tempted to, like, go back and look at Starfield, obviously being the newer game. But, like, there's, like, these small mannerisms where she's just kind of looking, moving to the side, twisting. And it's on repeat. But I don't know, there's just something more... It doesn't feel off-putting like most of the Bethesda games. Could also be how close the camera's moved in. Maybe it's like the fisheye lens effect that seems to happen with their games.
I didn't ask. I have a salvage job for someone light on corporate ties with a reliable set of wings. But there's a catch.
Just like in the serials.
If you have a nav key to Stellar Bay, the job's yours. Interested?
What's so special about Stellar Bay?
First, an embargo that's been active ever since the board pulled its forces off-world. Few regulations, plenty of freedom. And second, all the goodies that no one had time to pack.
I don't have a nav key, but I can still take the job.
I like that initiative, but ease back on the throttle. Gladys at the Rest and Go might have what you need. If there's anything else, be quick about it. Time is bits.
I'll take it. Sublight is strictly a salvage operation.
These days, the scrap business all but runs itself. Gives me the time to expand our interests into other sectors, where I can let my hair down.
What kind of other sectors does Sublight pursue other than salvage and shipping?
Our field is persuasive acquisitions. At least that's how my legal advisors tell me to phrase it. Not all of our salvage is abandoned when we find it. Sometimes it takes a polite conversation and a shot across the bow. You know, legal formalities.
So you're a company bureaucrat.
Your
Pirate.
words, not mine.
You're very honest about Sublight's criminal side.
Hey, careful with the C word around here. I like to keep things above board.
Naturally.
That kind of talk only makes trouble. Sublight occupies a legal blind spot. No one knows what we're licensed to do, and that gives our little business some freedom. But let's not tempt fate.
How organized is this business?
Very. I have this thing about numbers in spreadsheets. Grids in general. I like to think of myself as the last honest businesswoman in Halcyon, but I'll settle for being the most organized one.
Back to my other questions.
I have nothing to hide.
Nope,
Be
that's
seeing
it.
You. Make sure you aren't followed on your way out.
Contracts. Contractors. The authorities are on your heels. Our legal team has pre-approved you to recite this passage from our colonial trading rights. Pursuant to regulations following internally preserved boards, such a business entity would therefore be entitled to gather, maintain, and ultimately dispose of decommissioned agricultural hardware and accessories for profit or convenience. The short version, if we handle potted meat, we can legally salvage contractors and tractor parts. salvage tractors and tractor parts. That's why I keep a can of Borst in a Sublight-owned safe deposit box. Off-world, and why the goods you bring in are catalogued as farm equipment. Everything we do is perfectly legal. Now, go bring home some bacon. Ooh, Dangerous Frontiers by Ophelia Sweeney. It is intriguing how we devoted our resources to the stars when there were still so many problems to be solved on Earth. Exposing our fragile species to the breadth of the cosmos renders settlers and spacers alike vulnerable to the mysteries of other worlds. The fate of an outbound civilization could hinge on a single miscalculation, an unobservant variable, and any number of alien catastrophes. Recklessness and impatience are perhaps hardwired features of humanity and not errors of our genes, as others might imply. Ooh, oh, we have a nice view of the outside. Let's keep going.
Had a question about your plan, Mr. Vicar.
No.
Of course. The cosmos is generated and directed by the universal equation, also known as the Grand Plan. By contemplating the teleological order of things, one can achieve verity. Oh, right. You had a question?
Never mind. That about answers it.
A small detail. Make the characters look at each other when they're talking. I don't understand why it's like us. Surely it would be a simple thing to program. Another vendor.
Hungry, you've come to the right place.
If
I've
you're
got a fresh
hungry
brown
and you
batch of
know it, clap
Spratwurst.
your hands.
They're terrified
If you're
to lock in
happy
the
and you
juices.
know it.
How
Oh,
about
sorry.
a
No.
grinder's
Hungry. What's Sproutwurst exactly?
You know what sprats are? Space
Oh,
rats.
no.
The laboratories of Spacer's
That
Choice
sounds
found a use for
gross.
this limitless frontier resource. Sprat meat is plenty tasty when properly prepared. We grind them up in sausages, then terra-fry them in their own juices.
None of that. Is Spratwurst like Brostworth? Worst? I've seen that a lot.
Absolutely not. Spratwurst and all related terms are registered trademarks of Spacer's Choice.
Oh, no.
Boar, the other meat, is a registered trademark of C&P. Everyone knows our company and theirs are nothing alike.
What does Terra Fry mean?
Terra-frying is a Spacer's Choice brand secret. A mix of 13 herbs and spices, plus a dash of modern chemistry.
What is this, KFC? Your own invention?
Legally? No. The terra-frying method was developed and marketed by Spacer's Choice. Between you, me, and this grinder, I've been through lean times. If there's one thing you learn on tramp freighters,
Spacer is
how to make
licking
near
good.
Anything edible. Might be that this old space hand put a few words in the right ears, and could be that Spacer's Choice liked sticking it to C&P by R&Ding our own special meat.
Oh,
Just as
God.
well, near about time for me to go check on the trap. I mean, to unload another crate of farm fresh sprats. Fresh from the grinder, any hour.
That's gross. That's it. Okay. Literally. There's the rats. There's the grinder. Oh my god. Ooh,
You look
armor?
like someone who's taken their share of cuts and bruises. Need some armor. Maybe it's a bit secondhand, but that's only testament to its durability. We also have a line of specialized melee weapons, for those times you have to repel boarders but don't want to risk a bullet through the hull.
This is so much effort in writing and storytelling for shopkeepers. Like, how often do you get that in this type of game?
Not me, but it's in my blood. After the crossing, my family worked Eridanos, indentured to the corporations.
Go
I was born into
on.
corporate labor, but I'm the first one of my family to buy my way out. That's why I settled on Groundbreaker. It's the last bastion of freedom.
Let me see what you've got for sale. Tell me about your
Everything
wares.
I sell is fresh from the forge. Technically, the metal formed billions of years ago, but it's freshly in this shape.
Yeah, let's see what he's got. Ooh, oh, ha. How much? That's actually not that bad. Plasma cutter. That's sick. I guess I'm not meant to do anything there just yet. Hack. Message. Admin access. Ooh, haven't seen him in days, and where are we on that toilet clog? And Chief Guy taught me anything. It's that a crew's morale is proportional to the quality of their outhouse. You take away a crew's plumbing, you take away their privacy and dignity, so let's get that toilet fixed. Subject groundbreaking meeting. Even though it's been nigh on 20 years since our last meet-up on Groundbreaker, I was hoping we could get the old gang back together. Vicar reminds me of Synthetic from the Alien movies. Yeah, he does give a similar vibe as... I forgot the actor's name who plays in Prometheus and Alien Covenant. God, they were fun films. I really want a continuation of that story, and we never got it. It shits me. It's so good. I'm thinking Benedict Cumberbatch, but no, that's a different actor. What is his name? He also played Magneto in the recent X-Men movies. I understand that things have changed. Some of us are long-range haulers. Some of us have gone corporate. Some of us are likely dead. And some of us are on Tartarus and not reading this message. But I haven't lost hope. No one responded to my last invite. I hope that means your schedules are full up with family gatherings and job opportunities. Stay free, freelancers. Hi, all. So I just got off ice from a round trip to Dashkova, 2 years out. 2 years back, imagine my surprise when we de-thawed and Groundbreaker comms told us our docking was gonna be delayed. 1 hour turned into 5, then days went by. In the end, we spent an entire goddamn week waiting for a berth on this law fucking bolt bucket. And because we were kicking our heels all the time, not one of us got paid. I don't know about you, but I got expenses, a family I don't see often enough. Debt you wouldn't fucking believe. And even if I'm not working, I still gonna make my payments. Does that seem proper to you? Don't we conveyors have rights? No. Oh. Searching. Oh! Interesting. Groundbreaker public access. To those of you who have raised concerns about the quality of Groundbreaker's victuals, yes, I'm aware of the promenades that where the promenade stinks. Allow me to put the matter to rest. Our ancestors didn't rise from humble beginnings on a diet of spratwurst and borst. But that's the reality of life up here. If you can salt it, can it or zip it up in a pouch, then we're not picky about calling it food. Spacers make do with what they have, and what we have is smelly meat, lots of salt, and 11 kinds of mustard. Last time I counted. Try and enjoy it. This is general notice about the impounding policies. If the board impounded your ship, take it up with the board. The embassy is the gaudy building opposite Sublights Warehouse. Send them your questions, outstanding fees, and hate mail, especially hate mail. If Groundbreaker impounded you, pay your damn fees and don't bother my people. Look for work. Urgently looking for a new crew to sign on with. I've been stuck in Halcyon for almost a year. Don't know what's holding up my next posting. Never had to wait this long to get in another freighter. I'd planned to take one on a rare long haul back to Earth, but I haven't been able to find any, and even the shorter skips to the inner worlds seem rarer than the outer world routes these days. If anyone has any information about upcoming work, please post it here. Down on my luck. Hey! So here's my story. My ship limped into Groundbreaker in a rough state. We couldn't make the repair fees, the docking fees, refueling, or the fees for not being able to pay our fees. So I'm kinda stuck here now. Then they took my ship and sold it off as scrap. Now, my credit is short to hell and corporate freighters won't hire me on. I'm hoping someone with a bunk of space and places to go is feeling charitable. Thanks for listening. This notice has been posted 56 times in 632 days. Desperate much? Okay. Terra on Monarch. Ruth Bellamy as Halcyon Helen. Spencer Woolrich as Chief on the Savages. Featuring real monsters from the doomed world. 12 amazing episodes.
We're content, sitting at the top.
Cleo, because she remembers you.
Ah, yes. Wheeler messaged me you were coming. You must be the captain of the Unreliable, a vessel that used to be helmed by one Alex Hawthorne. And you are not he. Has something happened to my favorite scruffy freelancer?
I'm going to wring your scrawny neck, you sprat fuck. Me back my ship. Alex isn't important. I'm here to turn in Phileas Wells. Alex is dead.
This is terrible. My dear friend, what devilry is this? In whose miserable fever dream am I trapped?
I'm sorry for your loss.
Oh, Alex. There were so many arguments we'd yet to have.
What was your relationship with him?
He was my dearest friend. My only friend. You have his ship, you must know. That picture of us on the promenade, me hugging him, him wincing. I keep a copy beside my bed. Did he?
Yep, he sure did.
Ah, that's just like him. Such a sentimental man. Tell me, how did he die?
He was eaten alive by ferrocanids.
Oh, awful business that.
Don't need to lie about that.
How? No. Best not to ask after the gory details.
Again. We get back to the topic at hand.
Right, you're going important places, I'm sure.
Yes,
Big,
please.
exciting, important places. There, I've removed the flag from your ship. I'm terribly sorry for the inconvenience. However, before you go,
we'll retrieve
Alex
the
promised to tell me the location
shroud.
of Phineas Wells. I'm sure you've seen his wanted posters all over the colony. Did Alex tell you where Wells might be? Anything at all?
Alex never mentioned Phineas Wells.
That's... well, that's just terrible news. Law, what am I going to do now? The board will have my head. Oh, I'm sorry. This is terribly unprofessional.
Technically, that's a lie.
Is there anything else I might help you with?
So, I have to do a skill check for the other lie, but yet that lie, you don't have to. Inconsistency in game design. Obsidian, do better. What's this about board having your head?
It's personal business, I'm afraid. Miserably, terribly personal.
Is there anything I can do to help?
Information on the whereabouts of Phineas Wells would go a long way. It's...
Sure.
well, it's my white whale, I suppose.
Absolutely. Alright. I'll tell you where Wells is. I can't tell you
It's
where.
fine. Really, it's perfectly fine. I understand. Now, if you've nothing else, please see yourself out. I'd like to drown myself in work.
I want to ask you something else.
Be my guest.
What do you do here exactly? Can you get me a Stellar Bay?
Law, who'd want to go to that toxic hell pit?
So, no?
No. Emphatically no. Unequivocally no. Immutably no.
Ooh. No would have done it. You didn't have to crack open a thesaurus.
Best to be clear, I believe.
What do you do here
I'm the
exactly?
certified representative of the board's interests here on the Groundbreaker. I'm their eyes, ears, and busy little hands.
Big fish in a small space station. Nice setup.
I have few complaints.
Does it seem hot in here to you?
Law, but it's miserable. My underarms are damp. How can I be expected to work in these conditions?
Figure it
Chief
out.
Tennyson is supposedly looking into the cause, but I've seen no action from her. Deplorable conduct. My superiors will be hearing about it. You can be certain of that.
What are the armed guards in here?
You've noticed my friends. Wonderful. Aren't their guns very large? Tremendously impressive. They're here to keep the peace, of course.
Watch your back, you mean?
Precisely. Groundbreaker makes much ado about its independent status, and so resents any board presence, no matter how benign.
You call keeping officers in their promenade benign?
When the alternative is board guards at their gates, yes, I do. They don't see it that way, of course, but I can't say I much care.
Locked doors in the back.
Luxury state
Tell me about them.
reserved for Chairman Rockwell's use.
Does the chairman visit here often?
Good law, of course not. He'd never set foot on this decrepit junk pile. As this office is the primary embassy for the board on Groundbreaker, corporate bylaws specifically state a room must be maintained for the chairman's exclusive use.
Back to my other questions.
Ask away.
Bye. Oh my god, there's two more.
Careful where you point that thing. Do you have what it takes to defend your corporate township?
There'd be more machinery. Must be.
Talk to your
It's pretty worn, though.
wonderful brands and products.
Use terminal. Daily checklist. Radiant temp. Pump schedule landings. Personal files. Back bays. More complaints about the state of the bay. I already told the Mardits they're free to flush out McReeds and these outlaws. They're so knotted up, seeking warrants and proper justification that they want someone else to solve all their problems. Off the record. Sorry, boys. Not my job. Promenade status. Morale has dipped 18% since Martin Callahan showed up. It's that damn mask. Found another listening device in my office. This thing was the size of a toss ball and a cord leading all the way back to the sublight. Subtle as always, Lilia. Could have sworn an automechanical chief arrived with a company tech. No record of the guy leading the station. We'll have to look into it. Sprat infestation at the Rest and Go is getting out of hand. Ethel better not be ranching those critters again, or I swear by the law I'll airlock her stall. My dear lady, the implications of your accusations cause my breath to hitch in my throat. I am certain that we can arrive at an agreeable understanding. For what is a board liaison if not a facilitator of handshakes between great powers, much like the board and yourself? When you do decide to return to the negotiations table, consider once again the embassy expansion plans I laid out. Gesture of good faith do not go unpaid. The board rejected my request for a new radiator parts. Again, even after I greased their wheels with some targeted donation. Funny thing, when I used my admin privileges to survey the outgoing comms, I noticed some activity from my office. You choose your words carefully, but I plucked a juicy phrase from the transcript. Let the frog boil in a while longer, and now I have no radiator parts. You're playing with our lives. Did they install you on my ship just to get under my skin, or are you pulling this shit for fun? JT.
Junlei Tennyson. I'm captain around here, but chief to my friends. Hope you don't mind the formal introduction. Groundbreaker doesn't see many visitors.
After the reliable. Clearly. Recently unshackled from Groundbreaker's impound.
Hope you scared some sense into those bureaucrats giving you trouble. Just so we understand each other, I'm the final word on the ship. The Mardits, the crew, the engineers, their family. I hope there won't be any problems while you're visiting.
Do whatever I can to help keep the peace.
Don't go making trouble, and chances are you won't find any. That's how I like it here. So what brings you to Groundbreaker? I'm curious, even though 9 times out of 10 the answer's just passing through.
Now that my ship's out of impound, I can safely say I'm heading for Monarch.
Interesting. The powers that be paint an ugly picture of Monarch. Critters and such. Maybe someone in the promenade can get you the right weapon for the job. We see a lot of the same faces coming and going. Most of them board spies and corporate sprats. Makes it hard to trust outsiders. You seem different, so welcome aboard.
Vati, you wanted to talk to Junlei. Go ahead.
What? I didn't think you just...
Parvati, is it? That's a lovely name. What can I do for you?
I was just thinking, I haven't got much experience working with actual, real spaceships, Miss Junlei. Chief Junlei.
Junlei is fine.
Okay. Since you run a whole space station, I was wondering if... Well, maybe you could teach me some things. I could message you later, maybe?
I'd be happy to make the time, Parvati. You can ask me anything.
Wow, great! I'll do that then. Messages. Later. Oh, your name's pretty too. I should have said... Sorry. I like it. Honest. Sorry.
Not a problem, Captain. Ask away.
It seems kind of warm in here. What's going on?
Groundbreaker's radiators need replacement parts. They're dumping superheated air into my ship.
Why haven't you fixed them yet? I'm sure your capable staff can stay ahead of the problem.
My engineers have managed to keep the heat to livable levels, but all the fixes are temporary. This wound is bound to fester. Only the board has access to new parts, and I won't let them swindle me into a corner.
Is there no room for compromise?
They want us to sweat, thinking that'll soften me up for a bad faith deal.
Yeah.
If you'll excuse me, they can go fuck themselves. The board isn't helping, and my resources are spread thin. If I don't get those radiators back online, Groundbreaker, everyone aboard, will be cooked alive.
You need a contractor to work this out. I'm available for a reasonable rate.
Reasonable, huh? That's the best news I've heard all day. According to my grandmother's old schematics, the parts we need should be in the back bays.
Got it. I'll take care of that right now.
Hold on. There's something you should know before you go charging off. The back bays are on a lower deck, long abandoned and a haven for miscreants now.
I'll get you those parts from the back bay. I was down there to get those parts.
One of my engineers, plus a small security detail. They didn't come back.
Of course.
I can't afford to lose any Mardits on this job. No offense, but a freelancer like you is more dispensable.
Naturally. Why
The
so
Mardits are descended
protective?
from the original Marine detachment that crossed the void with Groundbreaker. I don't put their lives on the line if I can avoid it.
Yep, they are expensive. I'll get you those parts from the back bays.
Good. Once you've obtained the parts, we can proceed to the next phase of repairs.
Hey, McRed, were you expecting any company?
A neighbor from above approaches our realm.
Oh,
Back
God.
away now, or you'll parley with the king.
Your aura.
Look at this ripe piece of meat just sizzling on the grill. Huh. Yum, yum.
Love your
Time to
sideburns,
feed the
bud.
flames. It's nothing personal. Promise.
Is this what carbon monoxide poisoning looks like? I don't think this deck is too well ventilated.
Speaking for myself, Captain, I am not of a mind to be murdered by a psychopath who plays with fire.
That's
Came with the
fair.
crew. Welcome. We got plenty of space to spread out, but only room for one captain.
Put that down before you incinerate the entire day.
I know this ain't a toy, neighbor from above. It's a catalyst, just like me. Keep talking. I like the sound of your voice.
I'm here for some parts. Jun Lee sent me.
That's right, sir. Just the parts. We'll be in and out in a jiff. You won't even know we were here.
Tennyson just keeps feeding the furnace, don't she? We're still playing with her last sacrifice out back with the crew.
So, can I grab that part then? What are you
We
doing
were
with that
just sitting
poor
in a
engineer?
circle, sucking down exhaust fumes and toasting to the memory of our brain cells, making this broken angel fly again.
I grab that part
You
then?
don't just ask a king for a favor when you're standing in his court. You bring tribute, sacrifices, prophecy, shit like that.
Those parts are leaking deadly toxins. I'll just come back after you're dead.
Under its skin, this ship is all poison and darkness. Lead bones, asbestos muscle. Maybe you're right.
Yeah.
You've got the run of the kingdom. Up those stairs, you'll find the parts. My crew won't get in your way.
Something else.
Lay it on me, boss. I'm good for it.
There's a bounty on your head. I want to claim the reward.
Listen to the fire of those convictions. This one's hungry for justice. Alive or dead? Rare or medium? What's it gonna be? How do you want me cooked, bounty hunter?
No need for violence. Give me your lighter and the bounty disappears.
My flame? Shit. Little Flick here got me started on the pyro path. Fine. He's yours. Give him a good home.
Don't worry, Mr. McRed. We'll treat Mr. Flick extra nice on account of he's your friend.
You call your lighter Little Flick?
I'll miss my baby pyro, but it beats losing my head. This court needs its king, and I'm one of a kind.
You certainly are. Wait, the engraving on here. Does this say Sanita on it?
Keen eyes you got there. Sanita gave me this lighter. We had a carnal understanding a few years back, and she wanted me to have something to remember her by.
Be seeing you.
You can come and go in my little kingdom. Just try not to piss off any of the gestures.
This is Halcyon News.
You've returned, and in one piece. Color me impressed.
I got the part for the radiators. What now?
Good work. I'll take those. I need you to head through the large door at the far end of engineering. Take the elevator down into the machinery shaft. There's a terminal in the back. Activate it when I call over the ship's PA. And bring weapons. There's a slight Mantipillar infestation.
Make my way down there. Define
More
slight.
than a few. Less than a hive. Nothing you can't handle. We were salvaging parts from a ship. Turned out there were eggs inside. They got into the radiators, and here we are.
Alright. I'll make my way down.
Don't worry, Miss Junlei. We'll be super gentle with the ship. You don't got a thing to worry about. I mean, aside from fires and such.
I'm genuinely heartened to hear that. Thank you.
Sweet. That... Ah, that's open now. Bye. Whoa. Vicar? Where you going, mate? Jesus. He's just gotten straight in there and he's like dealing with that shit. Well, at least gets me to level 8. Ooh, a couple of extra things to collect. Oh, and I seem to be burning. Very nice, very nice. Ooh, V. Nice. Go on, kill him.
Here's a little trick I learned in prison.
Boom! Chakalaka. Well. Anything else? Is that... Wait, what? Oh, that's downstairs. Okay. Yes, we do.
Performing an area sweep.
Let's see. What do I have? Yeah, nice. Logs. Cobbled together. The staff is getting restless. Workaround and half-cocked solutions are all we've got to mend Groundbreaker's bones. In many cases, we can revive one system without cannibalizing another. Grandma lived with that reality, and so will I. I can rally our spirits, but what happens when I'm not around? Groundbreaker's real test will be seeing if our independent outlasts me. I'll take that bet. Old plan, new problem. Found some of the Chief Guying's old schematics. Groundbreaker must have taken a beating during the crossing because she spent half of her career patching it up. Lots of corners cut when they put this place together. Among her papers, I also found the layout of a hangar that doesn't match any of my docks, something that might have gotten sealed off along the way, like blood cells isolating an infection. I hate to put some sentiment down in print, but every time I open a panel or find some workaround in the guts of this old bird, it's like I can feel you reaching out to me from the past, Grandma. Main menu. Wait, was that it? Oh yeah, that was it. For my non-expendable personnel must exit the maintenance shaft before activating the cycling protocol. Well, that worked out. Oh, no, not my ankles. Ooh. Nope. Nothing else. Does that hurt? No, it doesn't. Okay. Well, that required less effort than I thought. Arrival confirmation to HHB Earth HQ transmitted via probe. Archived at source. It is my honor to report that Groundbreaker has successfully arrived at the Langrange point, having released our cargo of prefab housing settlers and supplies at their intended colony worlds. May they prosper and expand. Now that stages 1 and 2 of the mission have been carried out, my family will take ownership of the Groundbreaker as specified in our contract, keeping the ship in active duty as an independent trading post, repair shop, and cargo bay. I'd be remiss if I closed this transmission without sending my hopes and best wishes back to Earth. There's so much ahead of us, but we'll never forget what we left behind. Chief Guying. Some very rich and unsavory elements among our colonial neighbors seem to have the wrong idea about why I flew us out here. It wasn't for a 9-figure blood money salary and a Spacer's Choice logo stamped on my ass. It wasn't to nickel and dime passing ships out of their last bit. Groundbreaker has no role in the success or failure of Halcyon's corporate entities, period. I negotiated that understanding and clearly outlined it in writing before I even set foot on this ship. If anyone wants to dispute or compromise our independence, they will answer to a Tennyson where a family operation, even when the last Tennyson falls, Groundbreaker will remember us and defend its freedom accordingly. Chief Guying. Doesn't sound like the corporation is listening to you guys.
We interrupt your regularly scheduled advertisement for the following story. Tossball finals are scheduled to air soon.
My boards are returning to green. What a weight that is off my shoulders. I don't normally tolerate outsiders mucking about in my station's guts, but you're all right. The temperature should be dropping as we speak. I'll see to it the crew knows who kept us all from boiling alive. If you've got time, I believe Edna has a comms issue that could use your attention. I've also authorized Doc and Furu to sell you our premium meds.
Nice. What's it like being a command around here?
Frustrating. Everything down to the circuit boards is past warranty, so I have the pleasure of making life or death decisions on a shoestring budget. Plus, there's no time to train my successor or document fixes in a way that anyone outside the family would understand.
Ship is a family business?
Sure is. The Tennysons came over on the Groundbreaker.
Yeah.
My grandmother, Chief Gaying, kept it together during the crossing and until she died. I was promoted only recently, when my mom died. Then I took the leap from chief engineer to captain.
You
Wow.
must have been amazing people to have taught you all you know, I mean, which is a lot.
That means a lot coming from a fellow engineer.
There's a big change, that transition to command?
It was different knowing that I couldn't turn to anyone who could answer the tough questions for me. Maybe you can see why I'm protective of Groundbreaker. This ship is family. It's got tinkerings and bypasses that only Tennysons know about.
Buddy here could always help you shoulder the burden.
Oh, gosh. I don't know. I'm really just a dab hand with a wrench. Nothing special. Not like a chief engineer.
Don't sell yourself short. It doesn't take a seasoned pro to tinker on Groundbreaker. Just someone who knows how a ship ought to feel. We're always thirsting for help. If you could find your way around this labyrinth of ducts and panels, we could work something out.
There's a self-destruct mechanism.
I hope that was a joke, Captain. I really do. I gelded that thing years ago. Now it brews a stim that goes down stronger than Nan or Spank. Family recipe.
You're a little young to be training a
You see
successor.
any bite-sized Tennyson children running around? I didn't think so. The next captain won't have my heritage. I'll have to foster that talent from somewhere. It's only a question of when. You've got my attention.
You have a lot of faith in the board?
You're right, I don't. The board is after two things, bits and power, and they only get it by sticking their nose where it doesn't belong.
You must not like Udon Bedford then.
I like to think of myself as a nice person, but if that gaudy embassy of his was on fire, I might hold my breath a moment before activating the sprinkler system. The board wants control over Groundbreaker, and leeches like Udon Bedford will do anything to please their corporate masters.
How do you keep the board at a safe
I
distance?
placate them when I have something to offer, but I can also be a real hard-ass. It'd be a joy if I could kick out the corporate merchants and reclaim the docking fees in my lifetime. Too much of Groundbreaker's income is flowing in the wrong direction. I'd like to see that change. You've got my attention.
That is something we will have to look at for you, sweetheart. Alright, I'm already up close to halfway to 10. Now, I want to check this. If I do... That doesn't go up anymore. So then you have to do it individually. Scheisse. Right. Dude, okay. Damn. Interesting. So now I have to manually go in and like fine tune each of them. I'm so curious how many levels this game actually has. Armor penetration. Yeah, let's do that. Apply. Yeah, long gun headshots. That'll probably be another useful one for me to build up. But let's get this one. Debuffed enemy critical chance. Handgun critical hits ignore 100% armor. Wow. Long gun critical hits ignore 100% armor. B for apply. Now we are going to call it a night. And we will have to continue this next week. But what do we got? Wells mentioned that he gave a device to Alex Hawthorne, the graphic shroud. It uses biometric data from identifying cartridge to project a disguise around you. With this will be useful for gaining access to restricted areas, which will give me a tool. Yeah, so I need to speak to this Gladius to get the key so I can get to this specific location on because names are not something I'm really good at. The moon of Monarch, so I can land on Stellar Bay as opposed to just randomly on the moon and deal with monsters. But I will probably also have a look at some of these other quests, but that'll be for another night. So thank you for joining me for another session. Wednesday will obviously be the continuation of Dragon Age, so you can continue watching me go through and finish off the DLC for that. We will continue Outer Worlds on next week's stream, and I will be uploading this onto YouTube, so anyone that wishes to watch the last video or this video, you can obviously check that out on YouTube at Jake_Starvik. So please feel free to like and subscribe or share any comments and feedback, which I do appreciate. And for the rest of you, Impulsive, have a wonderful night. And Doko, you too, thank you for jumping on. And I'll see you next time. Bye.